Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? The people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
I object.
Because he's the guy. What more do you need to see?
Is that correct?
Really not true.
I'd agree that everything you just said is one of the most horrible things I've ever heard.
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I hope your lunch was delicious. The manure reference, apparently Urban Dictionary is a thing. I learn something new every day. I'm sorry for that reference. I was today years old when. Anyway, we won't go there. You don't have to talk about it in chat. It's in the past. All right, welcome. Thank you all, one and all. Especially thank you to Golden Girl, first in chat today. First in chat, thank you very much, Golden Girl. We're going to send it to you with internet ownership, and okay, let me just say this. If you're timed out and want to talk about it, we will time you out for the rest of the day so you can talk about it amongst yourselves. Let's not bring it up in chat. The mods are working so hard, and it makes their job so much harder. Please, if you have a problem with it or a question about it, first of all, please don't be offended, because there's a good chance that I did it and it was on accident, because chat scrolls fast and I'm trying to catch comments. Second, please don't be offended and reach out to me and say, hey, what happened? And I'll probably say I don't know, because unless you did something really egregious, I won't remember. I'm like a goldfish when the memory comes. And we love you here, and we want you back. We're trying to reel in a little bit when chat goes off the rails. I will say this: a lot of people have made comments today, like, "Oh my goodness, this chat's you guys are so vicious." I mean, understand that that there was a brief moment that might have caused some people to say some things that might have been better phrased other directions. But that moment when it happens in like a 30-minute period, depending on how far behind people are. So everyone, when they get to that moment, they say it. And it might look like maybe people in chat are saying, this is the worst. And they're responding to one very, triggering instance. But they're 2 minutes behind. And it looks like this conversation is going on and on in chat. If there's something you don't like in chat, something that doesn't sound right, just let the mods handle it and don't try to bring it up and try to point out how bad it is, because with that delay, it mushrooms, it exponentially makes the problem worse. And so literally in almost every instance, the person complaining about the person who did something wrong makes the problem worse than it was before. So please, let's just take a deep breath. It's a rolling delay. So that's one of the things we have to work with, is understanding, and it's difficult for the mods as well, because they're dealing with conversations that are happening at different periods in time, because chat happens in real time, but somebody else just barely caught up to what happened on the video, and it's wild. It's wild. Anyway, all the joys of YouTube. We love it. We love it here. And let's do a quick cut to... Ow, something just bit me. What was that? Something just bit me on the shin. Owie. Like wasp type bite. Ouch. It was not nice, whatever that was. It was not a roach. It was not a roach.
Somebody just sent me
I would have felt it if it's a roach. And the ones around here, you would have heard it. You would have heard it running around. All right, we are waiting for Judge Cedric Simpson. We're hoping that his stream becomes live here soon, and we get to see his 1 o'clock docket. Not seeing it yet. Not seeing it. Let's see. Grab the Southern Febreze. Yeah. No caps, though, petrified. No caps. We'll wait for that. Oh, we're on the thumbnail. That's what we're doing. Just one second. I'm not covering anything up really in the corner. They're keeping that clear because we need that space for the countdown timer. This is the thumbnail as it stands, and we have. I love the restaurant row over there in the corner behind the Farris wheel is great. We've got the. I love that the family tree has a game camera strapped to it with some deleted messages. No Christmas because $50,000 was spent somewhere else. We've got the tractor, the trash, the cart, the side-by-side, divers in the pond. Fix the video, please. It's Farris with an A, not with an E. I've had it wrong the whole time. If only I had like some sort of people who could watch for mistakes like that and let me know when I make them. I fixed it. I fixed this one. I'll have to go back and fix the other ones. Is there a pearl somewhere? There's pearl necklaces. There's a poop salad. Yes, we got that. We've got cookies. We've got the fireman putting out the fire. Metal detectors. A tiny bit of blood in the corner, just a tiny bit, tasteful amount. We've got the broken dishes being cleaned up. They're on the floor. There's a cartridge on the floor, a whole bullet. Cell phone, that was the burner phone. Bob is here, the dummy, the test fire dummy. Actually, he's a karate dummy, but they used him they shot at him, which is not proper procedure. Oh my goodness. What are the people running on the dirt tracks? Oh, that was the road race. The road race. I got that one. Okay. Get that one. Everyone gets a participation trophy. We have a representation that clearly indicates Mountain Dew. We have Cash Baby here because we had a couple of them. A couple babies kids that needed cash. We've got the bird upside down. It's been flipped upside down because we had one witness that did flip the bird. The cougar on top of the house is great. Love the state seal on the barn with the horses in it. Chickens, goats here as well. There's the revolver, the snub nose, 38. Does anyone else wonder how in the world can you just look at a gun without taking it out of the case and just know the caliber? I mean, I can look at a revolver and I can tell if it's I can tell the difference between a 22 and a 45, right? That's pretty easy to see. But how can you look at a gun in the revolver and know that it's a 38 special? How would you not think, oh, that's a 357 Magnum? Or a 380. Now, most revolvers aren't 9mm, so I realize you can rule out 9mm. I'm not aware of any 9mm revolvers. Typically, those are semi-automatic, but size-wise, they're very similar. And that made me suspicious. 32 ACP, 38 special, 357. Is it a 44? Oh, good question. Let's see. Donnie says, I called your burner phone. Mrs. R.A. picked up and left her a message for her to tell you. Yeah, Mrs. R.A. has my burner phone. I was supposed to tell you that. Mrs. R.A. has the burner phone because she needs the phone to tell the store that she's in the parking lot so you can bring the groceries out and put them out because she loves that delivery to the trunk. That is just beautiful. Angela, I think it was Scott who says he was there with the AT&T guy or the Dish Network dude or DirecTV, I think it was. And he went down there, opened the drawer, and just saw the gun. And he said, I could tell right away it was a 38 special. He's like, I've never seen that gun before. I'm like, really? Hang on, you could tell it was a 38 special you've never seen before. You never took it out of the drawer or anything? Because there was someone there and didn't want to freak out the guy, so you just opened it and closed it. It's like, 38 special, snub nose. New gun, never seen it before. Don't remember what the handle looks like, even though that's the only part that's sticking out of the holster. That for me was a little suspicious. Have you ever had delivery to your house? We did way back in the day, one time, and we did not like it. Basically, we got warm milk and wilted veggies, and we're like, nah, that's no bueno. Delivery did not arrive very quickly. I think it was in the car for a long time. Tell her no so she gets a phone. Mel, I told her that if she's very careful with my phone, because I'm trading that one in a week or two, if she's careful with my phone, she might get her own, which is funny. She does not want her own phone. It's free if you spend $50. I'm not sure if we've ever been to the grocery store and not spent $50 because we shop every 2 weeks. And today's the day. So yeah, it's a big shopping trip every time. All right. Still nothing from Cedric Simpson. It's 1:15. This is about the time he starts his live stream for the hour. I don't have my burner phone, but I do have Mod Chat on an iPad, so if I need to, I can open it up. Angela says, I just Googled. For me, they look not similar at all to me. I compared 38 Special to other revolvers. Ivan, thank you very much. Ivan, it's good to have you here. I saw the message earlier this morning. I'm sorry you and your team are working through that. It's difficult. It's sad. But thank you for being here, Ivan. Appreciate you. Love what you do. How many gallons of milk do you order? Every time it's 8. We order 8 gallons of milk, and we do buy that every week. 8 gallons every week. Because if we do breakfast, like cold cereal for breakfast for our family, that's 1.5 gallons of milk right there. Boom. It's gone. Maybe 2 gallons. You should get a cow. I should get chickens because I've got a half-built chicken coop. I've cemented the posts in the ground. It's ready to build a chicken coop, but that's as far as we've gone. How big is your family? Well, we have 6 kids. One's married now, though. So 5 kids at home. Maybe RA needs a hobby farm for milk and eggs. We've actually Homestead to Hardware or Hardware to Homestead, our friends downtown, they have the hardware store and they have a hobby farm, but I don't think they have any milk cows. They've got the big floppy ear cows, which are cute, but I don't think they're for milk. Drink 1 gallon of milk every 2 days. I love milk. I could do that. I could probably do 1 a day. Probably not with my diet, but raw milk is so good. It's hard to get, and it's expensive now. I mean, like $18 a gallon type expensive raw milk. How many refrigerators? Just 1. We have 1 refrigerator, 1 freezer, and we use every square inch of that refrigerator. Do you freeze the milk? No, it doesn't have time to freeze. We drink it too quickly. We usually get 8 gallons of milk, and we're out by Wednesday. And then we get 8 more gallons on Friday. I'm not seeing the judge live today. Why? Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that. If anybody sees it, let me know. I could buy Melody's farm. Yeah, I think it's already been sold. The farm has been bought and sold already. Cows are a pain to keep. Chickens are pretty easy. Friend has chickens, and that's what sort of got me into it. He also has turkeys. And he gets turkey eggs. I don't think the turkeys don't lay eggs as often as chickens, I don't think, but let's see. What else do we have here? Katie Bug says, if the case is stronger against Scott, why did the state charge the mother and not him? There has to be more evidence against her coming, right? I think Scott has a pretty good alibi. The mom doesn't have an alibi yet, but we also just don't have the evidence that says it was her. Yes, she might have been thrilled. She might have been over the moon that somebody killed her husband. It might have been a miserable marriage. But that gives motive. But there needs to be more than just motive to convict for me. I need to see a little bit more. And when we got to see some of that, even though it's circumstantial, just some of her behavior, Scott saying it was fake tears, things like that. That's starting to add up. But I think there needs to be more. And I would like to see just a bit of direct evidence. I know that's not required. Circumstantial is just as valid as direct. Get some guineas. They eat bugs like ticks and mosquitoes. Don't chickens do that too? Okay, I'm trying to get some membership messages. Hang on just 1 second. Let's see. Started off with Bug Dugger, who gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Bug Dugger. Appreciate that. Adam Waterdrop Nusky says, my biggest issue with Scott is that he's always late. I hope you get some sleep this weekend. I think you're talking about me, not the other Scott. AZDCS Oversight gifted a membership. Thank you very much, AZ. Appreciate that. Misty Beard says, been here for longer, but thankful for this community you've created. Misty Beard, thank you. It wouldn't be the same without you. Congratulations on the yellow courthouse. That is 6 months. That is wonderful. I think the state's case is strongest against Melody, but if it's only this level of circumstantial and not anything else, we've got a problem. Of course, we've got more stuff to come in. We have some phone calls from jail, which might be really insightful. There's more evidence to come for sure. Yes, chickens eat those things plus scorpions and snakes. We don't get scorpions here in North Carolina that I'm aware of. Do get snakes, lots of snakes. My mom's neighbor has guineas, which means so does my mom, says Kelly. Do guineas lay chickens, lay egg? Well, they don't lay chickens. I know that part. The biology doesn't work out. But do guineas lay eggs regularly like chickens? Can you have like a guinea egg farm? Or is it just cute looking birds? Maybe they have geofence data and some interesting Google searches. How long to burn a body in the burn pit? That would be incriminating. But the marriage had trouble. The marriage had trouble on both sides. I do find it interesting that both the sons found out on the witness stand under oath, that their dad had an affair. That's interesting to me. And Scott was saying he found out from the neighbor kids that things might be going on with his mom. Everyone saw it but them. That was intriguing. Ohio Palm Mom, thank you for the super chat. It says, I have to wonder if having no formal paycheck was also to avoid income and payroll taxes. That's a great point, Ohio Palm Mom. Because anything over $600, you need to start reporting if they're an employee. You have snakes in North Carolina down by the river. We've seen one in our yard once, and it was just a black snake. I don't know what kind it was. I've never seen it before. It was very fast though. I should start a wee farm. Get some wee goats, some wee chickens, and some wee cows. Chickens are better than guineas. Owned them for about 20 years. I had chickens as a kid. I mean, as a kid, my parents had chickens, but I was the one who went out and would collect the eggs. I don't know who fed them. Let's see. Ivan says, it always amazes me in these trials how nonchalant extramarital affairs seem to be taken. I'm no choir boy, but the notion of infidelity for me is one of the most egregious behaviors an adult can display. I'd say every family's different, right?
Bring the jury.
I run a farm in Minecraft. Does that count? 8-bit farms count, yes. Do you know if the prosecution will call Rusty? I'm sure the defense will if the prosecution doesn't. Well, actually, Rusty? No, that'll be prosecution. I think they'll do that for sure. Cass, congratulations on 19 months. Did I bring that up already? Oh, yes, I did. Right here.
I was kicked back.
Thanks for the prayers. No damage on my house. Neighbors had quite a lot. Cass, that's good to hear. Congratulations on 19 months. Glad to see you got through the storm without needing to call a roofer. We know how that goes. Do you allow your kiddos to drink soft drinks? Yes. They're big fans of root beer. Some of them, my youngest loves Mountain Dew. He'll try to drink my Mountain Dew. I don't allow him to drink my Mountain Dew. So I'm like, hey, that's my drink. If they didn't,
I would lose my mind.
Of course, I don't. We haven't had soda, mostly because our diet. Because if we have it in the fridge, I will drink it. We haven't had soda in the fridge probably for over a month. No, this is strictly my rule on caps. Because all caps, although, first of all, it's yelling to get attention. We like to keep everyone sort of equal in chat as far as being able to share and all that. All caps takes up more space, which makes things go faster in chat, and it can be misconstrued very easily. Where if you say something in all caps that someone might disagree with, it very much seems like you're yelling. And so we ask you not to do that. And we delete all caps messages. I do allow for a couple very short words. Thomas comes in fine. Like LOL, if there's just like an acronym or something that's all caps.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches
but
fighting. I don't know who won.
Please don't type in all caps, Thomas. Donna E, member for 8 months. Thank you very much. I am not seeing Judge Simpson. Did he just stop live streaming? Let's see. How long have you been back?
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Did you see that Andrea was live with Colin last night? He's going to be in court with Hailey and Andrea. I hope so. We're watching right now. I'm literally refreshing Judge Simpson's court every couple seconds, looking for his docket this afternoon. We came back in case that was going to happen. The courtroom in Georgia is still going to be on lunch for a bit longer. All right.
I saw a chicken fight.
Chicken fighting. Susie H, 14 months, says, so happy to be here live today and with the group.
Shame on you, sir.
Love y'all. Susie, thank you very much. Congratulations on 14 months. Cass says, I evacuated to Mazelas. Finally watching RA together. That is awesome. Megan, we don't have anything yet. Let's see. I think the message my mother-in-law just sent was to the wrong child.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Why is... I don't see that Judge has even been live today. He was live yesterday.
Alex stole it as well.
Okay. We'll keep looking at that. Anyway, let's we're done with this. We can go to we can go right here if that works. All right. Is this trial live? Noni, yes, it is. This Georgia trial is live. This is Georgia v. Melody Walker Farris, spelled Farris. She is accused of killing her husband.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
And then burning his body on the burn pile out back. It was found by her second oldest child, her son. And there has not been a lot of direct evidence. I think if there were more direct evidence, this case would have come to trial sooner than right now. I realize they've had other issues that have caused delays, but this happened back in 2018. So it's been a few years. This is 6 years ago. Donna E., happy to be here. Thank you, Donna. Congratulations on 8 months. I appreciate that. I was drinking Mountain Dew on vacation, and I stopped drinking Mountain Dew when I came back. Mostly. Oh, we might be coming back to Georgia first while we play with all the volume knobs. Thank you so much. I appreciate you understanding that all of us have our limits. I have to step away sometimes too. I understand how that goes. Thank you. I appreciate that. Just saw the upside down bird, says Todd. Katie Bug, Congratulations on 1 month. Your courthouse just changed from blue to light blue. This is the first of many changes because you're here now. Once you're here, you can never leave. That's the way it works. Love being here, says Katie Bug. Thank you very much, Katie, for your support. Katie Bug. AZ, welcome to the gallery. 6 months, you just got a yellow courthouse. We're handing them out like crazy. That's awesome. All right. Somebody just said, please something, and I missed it. Oh. Don't forget about Buttercup. I can't right now. Mrs. R.A. has the phone. I'm sorry. She's got that. Bite Me sent a picture of Buttercup in a Halloween costume. So I'll try to share that when I get the phone back. Why was she live with Colin and not me? Because I told her I was going to not bring her on live anymore. I looked at the situation and I looked at us and the bigger picture, and I said, although it might be good for my channel, and I don't think it would be good for Hailey necessarily to keep bringing her on or her, I mean, with what they're going through. And I said, we'll keep following the trial, but we'll step back a little bit if that's all right. And she said, thank you. That's perfect. And that was my suggestion, not hers. I can show a picture as soon as I get my phone back. Okay. Let's see. I can't see. I missed something else. Sinbad333 says, I'm patiently waiting for my orange courthouse. Guess what? You have less than a month to wait, Sinbad. It's going to be happening. You are at 11 months already. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to let you guys tell me when Judge Simpson goes live. I know a couple of you do the dual screen thing watching. I'll watch for that. Who's Colin again? Colin was Hailey's boyfriend, so ex-boyfriend, and Colin's mom is the one that's helping Hailey through this part of her life where she's just struggling. She lost both her parents within a short period of time. Also lost, 2 or 3 younger siblings when her stepdad killed her mom as well. Just a terrible, terrible situation. Oh, Gavin's the ex-boyfriend of Andrew. I'm sorry, I call him Colin. It's Gavin. It's Gavin. That's not who Colin is. Colin is on, it's Mr. Collins from Pride and Prejudice. Is that what we're talking about? Colin is a YouTuber? Then I don't know who Colin is. He's definitely not... Colin's the YouTuber Simpson met in court. Okay, I don't know who he is. I don't know his channel. But that's cool. I think Colin was the one who was going to start helping them with YouTube, but they already had, or start helping them with the GoFundMe, but they already had a GoFundMe that was created. It just hadn't gotten any traction yet. There's a Colin in Canton. So much, so many. Hello, Judge. He's up and then he's gone again. Is Colin's channel Colin Definitely Not Cromwell? Is that what it is?
Bring the jury.
Let's see. All right, he does follow Judge Simpson a lot. Coolin' with Colin. Colin Definitely Not Cromwell. That's his channel. That's cool. I'll give him a sub. I subscribed. I'll have to check out what he does. Judge, do we have any audio from you yet? Nope. Okay. When Judge Simpson goes live, if and when Judge Simpson goes live, we will pause our court here in Georgia, and then we'll play catch up just for a little bit. Simpson has not been live on any of his dockets today. I think that's... Amber, you understand what this means. I think that confirms my suspicion. I don't know where to put... I've got an iPad with mod chat on it. I don't know where to put it. I have no space. I need one of those floating tablet or floating laptop holders that I can clamp to the side of the desk so it like doubles up the amount of space I have. That would free up a lot of room. Amber, if and when you have availability, if you can just once it's all done, let's see if we can just verify some things, and then we'll share with the channel. I'm trying not to share a lot of channels on YouTube that I haven't vetted first. I've made some mistakes in the past. That's all. So, okay, it's sitting on top of the other iPad. I used to have a standing desk when I worked at the Department of Defense before I worked from home. Message outside or something outside the presence of the jury?
Obviously, we've had an issue in the past, and the court has said to withhold on bringing up the failed polygraph test by Scott. I am going to have to talk about the interview. He cut the interview off short after he was confronted with a number of things, and there's some things that I'll need to talk about within the interview, but I understand that I cannot say, Scott, you took a polygraph test, and you failed a polygraph test.
Judge, go ahead. My objection is, we all know that polygraphs are non-admissible in evidence.
True.
Unless they stipulate to it. So he can't, and even the probative value is substantially outweighed by prejudicial effect. If it even cracks the window that he is taking a polygraph, they're going to want to know what the results were, what was going on.
He can say, you were interviewed, and you told so-and-so, such and such at your interview.
I can talk to, and I want to bring up the person who did the interview, which is Pam Rushton with the GBI, and you concluded after
Judge
3
has a red
hours and
solo
45
cut.
minutes, you cut that interview off. That's essentially the core of what I'm going to get into. But I'm not going to talk about.
So what's the relevance of cutting the interview off? Well, how is that relevant? I object to relevancy.
And then I'm going to talk about also some of the things in the interview as well.
But what's the relevance of him in the interview? He can do that.
Right. So,
what's the relevance?
When he was confronted with the fact that he killed his father.
Yeah, by someone who's being extremely rude and aggressive towards him.
Okay, so
it's not relevant. It's not relevant on whether or not he's committed a crime or not committed a crime. He is just trying to get into, backdoor this polygraph testimony. And there's a reason why the courts say that scientifically it's not trustable.
I'm not going to talk about the results of the polygraph. I'm not going to say the word polygraph.
And how's he going to answer about what was going on? Because his answer is going to be the way she was treating me and how she was doing that was why I ended it and what was in that context. And that's the prejudicial effect, because there's really no way to unring that bell. And it's just It's not relevant because it's not stipulated to. And what's going to do is going to open up the door to something.
Yeah, we're not talking about the results. He still made the statements.
It's not relative.
Right, but
So
what
we're talking
relevance-
about his statements
Because
that
it's
he
not
made to someone
stipulated.
on an interview, whether it was let's presume, say it was, he's being interviewed by the police, and Mr. Weaver's trying to get in either.
And we have
Angela,
created
thank you so
transcripts of
much.
that interview.
Again, it has to be probative under 401 and 402. It's not probative to whether or not he decides to voluntarily go and do an interview and voluntarily end an interview. It's not relevant. They are just trying to get into something to say, to lead to that polygraph. He's hoping, and we're going to have to go take a break, go meet with Scott and say, if you get asked this question, you cannot talk about these things. And if he does, it's just like if a defendant takes a stand or says something and slips into something about his character.
They all know everybody was interviewed by the police and the sheriff's office and everybody. Everybody was interviewed multiple times, so that's not an issue.
No, but the issue is he's walking up, and Mr. Weaver is a very good attorney. He's walking up to that polygraph. That's what he's trying to do.
He's not going to say the word polygraph.
Well, then why is he asking when he just ended an interview that's not coming in? It's not relevant.
Well,
The court previously told us to talk about this before I get into it in court.
what questions do you want to inquire about? What do you want to ask him?
I'm going to ask, there are a number of questions that Pamela Rushton asked him regarding questions he did or did not ask his mother in the year following the alleged murder by Melanie.
Are you trying to contradict something else that he has testified to?
But I might have to, is what I'm saying,
No,
Judge.
what would be the point of the testimony? What are you trying to elicit?
I'm trying to elicit. I'm going to ask these questions, even though Pamela Rushton asked these questions. But he was interviewed, and he was a suspect. The district attorney's office had made him a suspect as of 2019.
Well, you can ask him. Did you do X? Did you do Y? Did you do Z? Did you tell Pamela Rushton that you did X? Did you do that? You did Y? That you did Z?
And we've got a transcript of that.
Okay.
So.
And the problem is trying to come back and answer that and say why he stopped the interview. He stopped the interview because of the way he was being treated.
Well, that's
the GBI's job.
That's the GBI's technique, and that's every other cop's technique in every other case I've ever heard here. So what's the issue with that?
The issue is, Judge, that's not in the context of a polygraph. That's the issue.
We're not going to use the word polygraph, period.
Well, then I would ask that we know the exact question he's going to ask, and we have to instruct our witness not to go down that. And it's not going to be a situation where it's like with a character with
We're going to say he was being interviewed by Miss Whatever at the GBI, period. That's all. That's the only reference to it we're going to make.
I know the trials are not that simple, Your Honor, where they come out and Mr. Weaver's going to walk that up, and if we can't tell our witness...
I'm going to tell the witness that he's not to mention it. I'm going to tell the witness exactly what I just said we're going to talk about, and that he was interviewed by Miss Rushton at the GBI.
And if he needs time to talk and prepare his witness...
absolutely I need time. I can't just come in here and start doing it like this. We told him not to mention it, and now we're completely changing it.
No. What we said from the beginning, and what I said from the beginning when we talked about it was we would not refer to it being a polygraph. If the interview, if the same questions, if you want to ask the same questions that he was asked by the person who conducted the interview, you can ask those questions. And if those responses are different and there's a reason to get the interview statements in, you can ask them, didn't you tell Miss So-and-so at the GBI when you were interviewed this X, Y, or Z? So again, I'm not sure what the issue is.
So, Judge, Frank has made a really good point. The defense counsel is trying to say that he was a suspect by the district attorney's office, not in the sense of he's a suspect as in the one that committed murder or something along those lines. So I don't think it's proper for the defense just to get up and say, you're a suspect, and just leave it hanging at that. I don't think he can go into the district attorney's office did this or district attorney's office did that. First of all, that prosecutor's not prosecuting this case. And second of all, that's not a situation where he can just say, you're a suspect, because that polygraph dealt with very specific questions. Not only questions about, did you kill your father, or what do you know about him? And so the answers, and we know what those answers are to that, and it's not just as simple as say you're a suspect or you're a suspect or the one that did the murder. And I don't believe that's the position of the DA's office at the time, that he was the one that committed the murder. And so if Mr. Weaver's presenting to the court, proffering to the court that our position was that he was the murderer, I do not believe that's ever been the position of the DA's office, not the position of these prosecutors.
I don't know. Y'all are going way far off of.
That's not what I'm getting into. At the end of the day, the jury does get to see the fact that he was
saying,
under
don't
investigation.
Don't push it.
He was interviewed several times. They can glean from that as they wish. I will not be talking about a polygraph test. The court simply asked at previous hearings that I bring up before I get into it the issue, and I brought it up, and that's all I'm doing, Judge.
And I would ask the court to have defense counsel proffer what his exact questions on. Clearly, he's got
Mr.
time.
Focus,
I'd like to be able to.
Yes, sir.
If I can do, thank you, Mr. Williams. Woo! I would like the court to have the defense proffer the exact questions, because he is tendentious in what he's doing right at the moment. He knows that he is trying to get to a certain spot with Scott Farris on these questions. I think it's only fair for the court to, under 104, to make him actually give a proffer of what his questions can be. Because we can't, under 103, he can't even put prejudicial information to the jury in the form of a question.
I think
and
the
Mr.
judge
Weaver
has a headache.
is very good at his job, and he likes to load it up on the questioning and then do it.
Y'all let the witnesses wander all over the place and talk about all kinds of things that I don't think are relevant to the case. So that's a whole
judge.
The fact that your witness is going to wander is because that's where you
led them.
What you've trained them to do, not specifically by conduct, but by action, not by telling them what to do on the front end, but by not controlling them at all while y'all been asking them questions. And no one objecting to anything, which is fine. If y'all want it to go and get out, I don't care. But
Judge, I think the remedy is that the court tells the witness not to talk about the polygraph, and I'm not going to talk about the polygraph, and that's all.
And we need time to go tell our witness what he can and can't say.
I will tell him here what areas are you wanting to go into with him about that we need to talk about the interview at all.
That he was interviewed for over 4 hours, and in that interview there were multiple times when he didn't ask questions of his mother. He was questioned upon him as to why he did not ask his mother, why wouldn't you look, instead of walking into a house, Scott Farris is the first person to say, where is the gun? No proof that any shooting had occurred was anywhere in the world, but why did he not ask, well, there's a fire, where are the accelerants? Well, my father is dead, are there any missing knives? He didn't ask his mother anything about what happened in over a year. And the questioning around that from Pamela Rushton is relevant to this case. That has nothing to do with the polygraph. That was after the polygraph results. The failed results were revealed to him.
Well, you can ask him whether you can ask him those questions directly, and only if he says something different would it be...
Right.
Pam Rushton doesn't have... I'm sorry, I apologize.
Sorry. And that's correct, Judge. I may not even say the word Pam Rushton, but if he contradicts anything he said in that interview, I should have the ability to go into that interview.
You can.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah, Judge, I agree that topic and those issues, you didn't ask these questions, you didn't do this, you didn't say this, you didn't inquire into this. He can ask all those questions. He doesn't have to then bootstrap it to a polygraph and talk about failed. He did pass on lots of those questions too, and he doesn't want that in. Because he opens the door to that, there is an answer that he does not want in this trial of the polygraph.
Again.
Oh my goodness.
You can ask all those questions, and only if he answers something different would the interview be relevant to those questions. If you want to ask him, was he interviewed for 4.5 hours by the GBI? I think that's fair. If you want to say, and didn't you
cut it off
abruptly end the interview?
That's
sure.
fair.
And then y'all can argue about what that means and why or whatever. But again, I think
I think that's
we don't
fair.
need to go there. It's not rehashing, and the interview itself is not otherwise admissible.
And I do stipulate to the admissibility of that polygraph, by the way.
Well, I'm not going to agree.
Judge, I just
Of
need
course.
to talk to our witness. This is
We will bring the witness in a second and give him some direction. If y'all need to talk to him specifically, but
we do, Judge.
all right.
100%.
Let's again. What else are you going to want to go into in this topic? Because there's no reason for you to talk about specific details of the interview that are hearsay until they're otherwise admissible. So what else about the interview are you going to want to ask him?
That's essentially it.
Okay. Well then, all right.
Judge, there may be a point.
If we have to object and take it up, I get it.
I know. And then if he opens the door to the other answers that we want in, then we're going to have to take this up again outside President's jury. Because there are answers we'd like in too.
We'll stipulate to the admissibility of the polygraph right now.
That's not how it works. We didn't stipulate to it.
I know, but I will. Judge, I understand my instructions.
All right.
Just need a recess.
That's fine.
Okay. So I'll talk to your witness, and then I'll give him some direction when he comes in.
Okay, so the prosecution desperately wants to talk to the witness before he comes in. They want to talk to him and say, look, do not go here. Do not say this. But they can't. They have to stick to their conversation to just what's like, hey, you can't bring this up. They want to say, don't say this, don't say this. They can't. They can only say the judge has said we can't bring this up. And so they're limited in what they can say. They're going to try to convey that as strongly as possible to say, keep your answers short, specific, yes, no, consistent. And then the judge is going to give some direction, and then we're going to see what happens. And this defense attorney, like him or not, he's very good at getting underneath people's skin and getting right in their face sometimes. And he's going to be trying to crack the witness and get him to say something, to blurt something out, to make some sort of statement or deny that will make it bad. It'll just explode. This spice could be off the charts today. Snarky Old Lady, yay for 2 months. Thank you very much, Snarky Old Lady. Whew. What a start. What a start coming back from lunch. How in the world are we going to abandon this trial next week? Well, a jury still has to be picked in Sarah Boone's trial. Okay, a jury still has to be picked. We've got some time. We don't know what's going to happen here. Granted, it's not moving very quickly, but I don't have the spice meter set up, unfortunately. It's hard to do the counter and the spice meter at the same time. I can only have 2 overlays, and I'm one of them right here, and the other one is over there. Not everyone is as honest. Do you think he's going to tell the witness something that he shouldn't? Of course he would. I believe, wouldn't both sides be there for that discussion? You'd have prosecution and somebody from the defense there to observe the discussion with the witness. And plus, there's a whole oath thing that I believe they would keep. We might see an increase in objections. This is a great point, Tinez. The judge has basically called him out and said, look, you guys have let witnesses go everywhere that wasn't relevant. And it's your own dang fault. It's your own fault for asking the questions, and it's your own fault for not objecting to the answers or the questions. So maybe that will rile some people up here. Judge is at it again, doing some techie stuff down with the Elmo. Okay, so optimistic look. Sorry. Too many C's in there. Optimistic look. This is a great question. The testimony, the big interview, the transcript, that can't be shown at all unless it's brought in to impeach the witness. So they're going to ask him questions because both what he said on that transcript, that was under oath, and what he said here on the stand is under oath. If he says something that's different from what he said on that transcript, then they say, isn't it true that? And then they can bring it out. And that becomes evidence at that point. Right now, you can't just say, we just like to present everything you've said previously. No, the court is very much about what is said from the stand here in the trial. That's what's evidence. What you hear from witnesses on the stand, things that the judge admits, that's evidence. And it wouldn't be allowed until that point. So defense will be hoping that they can trip up the witness, or that the witness will just flat out give a different answer to some of those same questions that they were asked in that interview. because they want to get this in. Now, the prosecution, they played a little bit of a game and they lost, and they were challenged on it. They were saying, oh, he only, he passed most of the polygraph. He only failed some questions, but he passed questions, and the defense wasn't want that in. And the defense is like, all right, we'll stipulate. Bring the whole thing in. Bring it. We're good with that. Bring the entire thing in. And they're like, no, that's not how it works. We don't want to. They don't want the polygraph brought in. But there should have been a proffer. I agree, Wendy. This seems like an area where it can go off the rails really quickly. And because of the risk of basically a mistrial, that's the risk. Because of the risk of a mistrial, the judge probably could have very handily asked for a proffer and had this tested out first. But even that doesn't prevent. A lot of times the proffer is a tamed down version of what's going to happen in front of the jury when the jury comes back in. So the proffers some nice questions, and then when the jury comes back in, they really hit them. I mean, they put the thumb screws on and ask really probing questions on those same topics. Selena K gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Selena. So happy I'm home for this, says Tash.
All right.
Here we go. There's a big sigh.
All right, Mr. Farris, you got some instructions from the ADAs in the case.
Shane.
Okay. We probably ought to wait on him.
Shane's the...
we must have passed each other.
He's the Darth Vader guy.
His elbow stepping out.
He's the one who wears the Darth Vader mask and talks into it, repeats everything he hears in court. I could do that job. If YouTube doesn't work out for me, I think I could be that guy in court. Are the son also at trial? They're not on trial. We found out during this break that there was a point that the son, Scott, who's on the stand right now, was a suspect. And we're not talking person of interest, was a suspect, which is huge. But no, they're not on trial. Judge pouring water, filling up that Solo cup. Nope, he's got his, is that a Braves? I can't see. Is that a Braves cup? Everyone's got their tumblers. Shane's back. Welcome, Shane. Are you ready? Because we've all been waiting on you. You just get comfy and tell us when you're good to go.
Given some instructions by the DAs in the case about what we're going to call the interview. I think Mr. Weaver is going to ask you some questions about you being interviewed probably by various agencies, but specifically the GBI. We are only going to reference it as an interview, not as a polygraph, not as a whatever else y'all would characterize it at. It's just going to be called as a interview, and that it was conducted by Agent
Pamela Russian.
Okay, and that's all. You're not going to characterize it any other way. And if the state needs to make an objection as we go along, we will. Are you understand those instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Anything else?
There you go. Bring the jury.
All right, let's bring them back in.
You will bring the jury.
Do we get a couple more ahs in there? 2 more? Thanks, JPC.
No, I'm just going to admit that when we get back.
And what we'll do is at the end of my case, our case in chief and your case in chief, we'll just revisit it.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Let's see how well he can stick to this. I wonder if they're gonna butter him up and sort of catch him off guard with some of the questions. In the past, they jumped around with the questions to sort of catch him off guard, so they couldn't be prepared for what's coming next. Popcorn at the ready, says Hilda. Nice pressed shirt. Wrinkled a little bit from sitting on the witness stand for, I don't know what, 5 hours now. What's the over and under on this one, Weather Watch? This is the word that they don't want to slip out. Yeah, this is tense here. They can't say lie detector. They can't say polygraph. Apparently, you're standing right in front of the camera. What's the term for a multi-sided object?
All right, before we get started, we've been going since I told y'all to report back. So we've been in here for the last 30 minutes doing stuff.
Then we noticed we were missing you guys. We thought, hey, they should probably be
Need
here.
to talk to y'all about, so we have to be very careful about where y'all, I know some of y'all wanted to wander apparently. And I gave certain parameters about where y'all need to be. And that's specifically because we have cameras out front. So I don't want y'all wandering. If there's an area y'all would like to go to, if y'all want to go walk through the cemetery behind the art center, that's fine, but I probably need to have someone go with you. So that's why I kind of designated the paver path where the benches and the sculpture thing is. So
just
anyway,
go ahead and
have other suggestions.
Sequester.
Write them out for me, and I'll talk to y'all about that after talking with security about it. But there's a camera crew out front, so I don't want y'all to really get too close to that, because then they'll say, oh, there's a large group of people being escorted by a deputy. I wonder who they are. Okay? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Miss Kitty. Congratulations on that.
I remind you, you are still under oath.
Oh, it's going to get good. That's a good start.
One follow-up on the issue of the debit card. I'm showing you a message between your mother and your father, and it says, who has the debit card? Correct?
Yes.
Right. And is that from your dad to your mom?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. And then your mom responds back, Scott Y. Correct?
Yes.
Right. And then your dad says, and this is on 5/22/2018, because he's spending a lot. And then your mother asks, own, and then 2 fuel charges of $50 each plus other things. Do you remember that at all?
No, I don't remember it because it wasn't on my phone.
Okay. Did your dad, did he ever confront you verbally about that?
No, I do not ever remember a conversation of that.
All right. And, Your Honor, that was defense Scott 92. And also for a housekeeping matter, we're going to move to admit Scott 94, which was the 6 months of phone records that I referred to earlier.
All right. No attention. All right, there it is.
I want to turn now, and Judge, would you mind switching back over to the computer? Thank you.
I do mind. I wish I had a way for you to do it down there. And every time you ask me to, I make prefer to that, and then maybe someone will watch TV and fix.
Judge, I'm going to stay out of the way of you and the county commissioners. So, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Thrasher 229. And do you remember this picture? This location?
Yes, sir. I do.
All right. Tell me about this location.
This was down in the basement, kind of right out in front of the bar area. TV hanging up on the wall, just a lounging area.
Lounging area. And in fact, this is an area. There was a TV right there.
Yes, sir.
This is the area where you said you'd come eat your dinner.
I would eat dinner and sometimes lunch there.
Sometimes, but this was kind of like maybe a place you would hang out in the house, yes?
Yes, when I came over to eat, typically I would go down there to watch TV and eat dinner.
Why down there and why not upstairs at the kitchen bar?
Because I like watching TV when I eat.
Okay. But your dad, he would sit at the kitchen bar and read books, correct?
Yes.
So where would your mom eat?
I really don't know. Probably in her bedroom, because a lot of times she wasn't there to eat. If any time I was over there to eat, it was me who fixed dinner for my dad or get us food, and he would eat at the bar and read his book, and I would go downstairs and eat and watch TV.
But speaking of eating, you guys, y'all go to Cherokee Ranch a lot.
Yes, sir.
And that's not there anymore, right?
No, it's not.
I remember it was up on 20, right? As you're
Yes.
heading out towards Cumming?
Yes.
Okay. And it was there for many years. It was a buffet style?
Cafeteria style, yes.
Cafeteria. Once upon a time, they had some pretty good crab legs there. Do you ever remember that?
I'm recording Simpson right
Well,
now.
before
I'm
you
sticking
moved
with
to
this.
Cherokee.
We're recording Simpson.
But anyway, y'all, how often would you and your mother go to Cherokee Ranch?
Quite often. A lot.
Best guess. Times a week.
Minimum 3-4 times a week.
Sometimes more.
Yeah.
And your dad, but he would go separately?
On the weekends, we would go and eat lunch there. When he was home, or if he stayed home from the office, we would go there. Almost every Friday, every Friday night, my dad and I would go there and have catfish.
Catfish on Friday nights.
Yes.
That was you and Dad.
Yes.
But otherwise, the majority, you would go with your mother about 3 times a week.
Yes, for lunchtime, yes.
Not dinner?
No.
Right. Just always, just kind of regimented, you're going to lunch.
Yeah, because it was so close, and it was always a different menu every day.
All right, so back to the house where you'd eat. You would eat right here on this couch.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, going to, and that the exhibit has already been admitted, I believe. I'm going to go to the state's exhibits. This is a conversation with you and your father about the DirecTV guy coming, and that was in early June of 2018, yes?
Yes.
Right. And the appointment appeared to be scheduled, and I believe it was the 12th of June?
I believe it was.
It was
I think
the
I saw
6th.
her early.
It
It
was
was
the
the 6th.
It was the 6th. So you say you were there, and that is when, going back to the Thrasher photo, you say you saw a firearm in this drawer right here.
Yes, sir.
Where the marker is?
Yes, sir. The
That
top
drawer.
drawer of that piece of furniture.
And the gun you saw was a, let me see if I'm, you tell me. Say it, tell me one more time. What kind of gun was it?
It appeared to me to be a 38 snub nose. It was
Okay.
in a leather holster.
So snub nose means
It wasn't a long barrel.
wasn't a long barrel. And it was in a what kind of holster?
A leather holster. An old looking leather holster.
All right. And what did the handle of the gun look like?
That I do not remember.
All right. So did the gun look like this?
No, not like that. It was similar of the actual material of the gun, the nickel-looking chrome, but it wasn't rusted like that is.
Okay, so it was a newer-looking gun.
Yes.
And the handle, was it a dark handle like this?
I presume so, but I don't remember the color of the handle.
Okay. Did you pull it out of the case?
No, I did not.
Did you pick up the case at all?
No, I didn't pick up the gun entirely. I just kind of barely lifted up, and that was all. I never pulled it out because I had the guy in the room with me, and I didn't want to scare him.
Did the gun look like this gun?
No, because that's a what is called a blue finish.
How about this gun?
It looked very similar to that right there.
That gun right there? Are you aware that your brother's ex-wife saw a gun in the basement, allegedly, as well, roughly around that time?
No, I did not.
All right. And are you aware that she identified a gun to this jury yesterday that looked like this in the basement?
Okay.
Lots of pictures. Guess they're all admitted now. We're scrolling. That's the one we want right here.
But not in the drawer where you said, in this drawer. Have you ever heard that before?
No.
Now, but you saw a snub-nosed gun.
Yes, I did.
Right. And you said you didn't pull it out of the holster, correct? That's what you just said.
Yes.
Right. So how can you tell that it was a snub-nosed gun if you did not pull it out of the holster?
Because it wasn't a type of holster that covered up the barrel tip, and you could see it was wrapped around the gun, but the bottom section of the gun you could see just a little bit. So it was a clear indication it wasn't a long barreled gun like the other picture you showed me. It would, to my knowledge, it was definitely a snub nose type looking one.
And you never pulled it out, which, I mean, you're trained with guns, obviously, from being in the military. So you know that you have to act like every firearm is loaded. So you just opened the drawer, picked it up. Did you check to see if the gun was loaded at all, making sure to not point it towards anybody or anything?
Like I said, I never picked it up. And no, I did not check to see if it was loaded because I never picked it up. I didn't want to pull it out of the drawer and scare the guy that was in the room with me.
So well, how did you know it was a 38?
Question. I want to ask you this. You just left a loaded gun possibly in a drawer where the kid, because there's kids there all the time, yes?
Periodically. I mean, no kids lived at the house. My nieces were not there every single day of the week because they lived in Maine.
Okay. What about any of the other kids, Cameron or anybody?
I don't know what to say on that. I mean, my entire life I've grown up, there are always guns around, but I was well educated on don't mess with them. So we never had gun cases when I was growing up. So it's just nothing out of the ordinary for me. As long as it wasn't laying out in the clear open, I mean, no, I didn't think to do anything like that.
And you didn't tell anybody about that gun? You didn't talk to your dad about it?
No, because I forgot. I completely kind of forgot about it.
You didn't talk to your mother about it?
No, because she wasn't in town.
Well, she was obviously in town at some point.
I remember at that time that might have been where she was gone at least a minimum of a week.
But see, your excuse for not talking to your mom, you acted like, and we've shown it, You call her, you texted her all the time, you went to lunch with her 3 times a week. So you act like you didn't talk to her, but the reality of the situation is you did. So you could have immediately picked up the phone, and maybe at some point after the Hobby Lobby message, like, hey, you want to go to Hobby Lobby? Why is there a gun in the basement? Why didn't you do that?
I mean, I only saw the gun. I mean, I saw the gun and didn't mess with it, so it was just brief. And I ended up finding a remote, and like I said, I did not want to pull the gun out and scare the guy. And you know, my dad was at work and she was gone, and I just had, you know, trying to help the guy out with that. And I just forgot about it for several weeks. It's not. I mean, it's always just been a kind of common for our household to always have firearms in it. It didn't trigger me to be freaking out and asking a whole bunch of questions to everybody. I mean, we had several guns in the household.
Where were other guns in access in the main house?
They were scattered throughout. Some were in closets, some, you know, for instance, in the picture, you can see one hanging above the sliding doors down in the basement.
Obviously, that one was not loaded.
No. I mean, and they were tucked under beds and in closets. So we just, you know, we didn't have a gun safe.
Just an arsenal.
Do you think that there were a number of guns taken into evidence in this house?
Possibly, if they took shotguns and...
Well, you know, think if you've got them tucked in here and there. I mean, were there lots of guns pulled from this house?
I don't know how many guns were pulled from the house.
I want to talk about your dad's spells. Let's go back and talk about the spells. He would have them how often?
Well, like I said earlier, it varied. He could have 1, maybe 2 a week, or he could go, you know, he could have one and go, you know, a month or 2 without having one. They were not on a set schedule.
Now, it's something of note that I think you've noted in a previous interview, because you were the 3 of you were always at Purcell Lane at some point, right? I mean, sure, your mom would go see Rusty from time to time. It was not a secret that she had a relationship, correct?
She tried to make it a secret, yes.
But everybody knew about it.
We all had our speculations, yes.
But everybody obviously knew about it. Your dad included.
I mean, at some point, I think we all found out that, you know, we all knew, but we all, for a long period of time, we had our speculations.
Did your dad ever talk to you about any, you know, email relationship he was attempting to have with a Joanne Ward Hill?
No.
Would that surprise you? That there's emails between her and him?
Yeah, it would surprise me.
Trying to have a relationship, maybe?
Yeah, because my dad, I've never known of my dad to do anything like that.
Because he didn't talk to you about it?
No, he didn't talk to me about it, so I didn't know anything about it.
But you would agree that, though maybe odd to most, that 2 people can remain married but have other partners. Yes? An open marriage. Have you heard of these things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know anybody like that?
No.
Not saying to name anybody, but...
No, I do not.
Okay. But you've heard of them?
Yes, I've heard of them.
And your mother and your father essentially lived that way, correct? They had different lives.
Not in that way, no.
Different parts of the house.
They slept in different bedrooms because of his sleep habits, but and that was for the longest portion of my life. But they still used the same bathroom, and their closets were, you know, right next to each other. So they just, you know, slept in different beds because of his sleep habits.
You've been married before, and I believe you said you had a fiance, so you're about to be married again.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that marriage can be complex, very complicated.
Yes, sir.
Right. So, though you might not agree with the way that your parents lived, you could agree with me that 2 people could live that way and coexist and be perfectly fine?
Yes, but that was not how they were.
So back to the spells. He would have them. And there was some time around April that he went into the hospital. You remember that? April 2018.
Yeah, when we took him to the emergency room?
Yes. And now I want to say this. He would have spells, obviously, when your mother was out of town.
Yes, he would.
Okay. So how could your mother have been poisoning him with some form of poison if she was out of town and he was having these spells?
I never accused her of her trying to poison him. So that I don't, I can't say anything on that behalf, but with the spells, I know he went to the doctor for quite some time and them trying to figure out what was causing these spells.
But your brother Chris accused your mother of poisoning him.
Okay, that's his opinion.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the birthday weekend of your dad. That weekend, you guys came up. Who all was at the house?
Oh, my dad. The day that we actually celebrated, it probably would have been my dad, Emily, her husband, Amanda, her boyfriend, Chad. Don't remember if Ella and Addie were there. I don't think they were. Off the top of my head, that's all I really mean. It was always us who did something like that for my dad's birthday. So.
And you grilled out?
Yes, I smoked chicken for that.
All right. So tell me about you. How much did you smoke? Like what? Like you smoked chicken. There's a lot of parts of a chicken one could smoke.
Just
I believe we bought a couple whole chickens and I, cut them in half and arranged them in the smoker that way.
Okay. The reason I asked that, I smoke wings a lot, so that's why I was asking. You just did the whole chicken, cut it in half.
Yeah, cut it in half. Can
we swap recipes now?
Do you have like an egg, or what kind of smoker were you using?
I just got a
Traeger?
one of those electric smokers, like the big upright box. You just open the little drawer at the bottom, put wood chips in.
So one of the high smokers?
Yes.
Okay. So you did that, and your mom, she cooked the sides?
I believe so, yes.
And what about the cake?
I honestly don't remember if there's cake or not, but
key lime pie.
She might have baked one or went and bought one. If there was cake, I don't remember a cake.
All right. That weekend, was it a good weekend?
Oh yeah, man.
Nobody got into any arguments?
Not that I remember.
Everything was normal.
Yeah.
Okay. Good family weekend.
Yeah.
Because y'all had a lot of good times up there. I mean, you've said a lot of things about your mother, and you call her Melody now, but she is your mom. But y'all had a lot of great Christmases up there too, didn't you?
Oh yes, man.
Tell me about the Christmas spread that would go on.
Spread as in like in food?
Food and decorations and just the general scene. Because from what I've heard, it was amazing.
What other types of spreads?
Like I said, every Christmas was great.
Like a point spread?
When we, even at the old house in Hampton Hall, she always did the interior decorations. She, without a doubt, does an amazing job at decorating Christmas trees and everything like that. I was the one who did the outside of the house, put lights on the bushes and the wreaths on the windows and stuff like that. And then when we moved to the farm, she decorated inside of the house. We didn't decorate the outside of the house, but I decorated the horse barn.
Decorated the what now?
The barn.
Okay, what did you do for that?
Put lights on the bushes, put icicle lights along the roof line, hang the wreaths. It was actually very pretty. All the neighbors loved it.
Would neighbors come drive through? I mean, I know it was your driveway, but did you let them drive through and look at it?
Well, they were able to see it from the road.
From the road.
Yes. Okay. So.
Out on Purcell, not all the way up on Birmingham, certainly, but just down.
No,
on Purcell?
just on Purcell.
Okay.
Thomas, I thought
sounds
you'd like
amazing.
his testimony.
And your mother had like trees all over the house, from what I heard. Is that true?
Yeah, we had more than one tree.
Okay. So what I'm getting at, and the jury has seen countless pictures of this house, and it is ornately decorated, and it is beautiful, and that wouldn't make any sense. See, you've made it out that your dad was this. It appears he was certainly controlling your money and your spending. But your mother has furnished this house with the most beautiful things, and you are aware that she had access to the bank account at any time she wanted with $11,000 in it on 7/3. Did you have that kind of bank access?
If the card I had was to that bank account, yes, I guess I would. But once again, I don't know how many bank accounts my dad had.
But because you weren't married, obviously they're a married couple, so she had financial access.
You weren't married to your dad.
To the marital assets. When you would take out money, you didn't have the ability to say, I have an available balance of $11,046.85. That didn't just come out when you did that. You didn't see how much they had in the bank.
No, I mean, anytime that I, went to the ATM to get cash, whatever he put into that bank account that I had the card access to, and I saw the total amount, I saw it, and it fluctuated. It was different limits and all.
But he had specifically set aside an account for you, or do you even know?
All I know is at one point he handed me a debit card and said, here, just use this card. And if I need to put more money into the account, I will do so. And that was everything that was told to me about that.
Okay. So, I want to show you some more text messages between you and your mother. We need to switch back over, Judge. I'm sorry. I know, button. A text message between you and your mother on 7/2/2018. So I believe that would have been, and if I could...
I'm recording Judge Simpson. We'll get to that when we get a break. We're going to stick with this because it's spicy.
Don't want it to fall out. Okay. So... And there's a calendar right here if you need to see it. On Monday, this text is from Monday of that week, the 2nd. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you remember being bitten? You got it all there? Being bitten by a rat snake.
Yes, I did.
All right, tell me about that. Where were you? What were you doing that day?
Remember I found the snake. It was, I don't remember the exact location. I want to say it was possibly around the chicken coop up by the barn or something. I don't remember exactly where I found that snake at, but
it got you. It sounds like the snake found you and you didn't find the snake.
Oh yeah, I picked the snake up, and I knew it wasn't
You knew what it was when you picked it up.
So I wasn't grabbing, I picked it up.
Okay. And your mom says, what kind is it? And you said a rat snake. I already relocated him, but, it doesn't say but. You say, he got me while trying to get him out. Right? And then you sent a picture, and I've got a bigger version of it, of what appears to be... Nope.
That's not it.
Not a transparency.
So you got bit by a rat snake, and
yes.
that's your hand, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And
owie.
How many times did the snake bite you? Just once?
Yeah, it was just that one time.
Just that one time. Okay. Can you put that back? Your mother says, wash that good and come get iodine. Sound about right? Did you wash it good?
I'm sure I did.
You go get iodine?
I don't remember going to get iodine.
You just don't remember?
I don't remember putting iodine on it, no. I'm pretty sure I would have washed it.
Okay. But you told your mother about it?
Yes.
And she said to go get iodine? Yes?
Yes.
And the iodine was in the house, yes?
Believe I didn't have any, and I don't ever remember using any.
Okay. It's been 6 years. Yes?
Yes.
And you haven't thought about being bitten by a rat snake in 6 years?
No, I have not.
But you had gotten iodine out of the house before, when you were cut?
I don't remember using iodine until the last time I had a serious cut, and that was a long time ago.
Your Honor, at this time I would admit Scott 87 and Scott 86, which is the text message regarding the rat snake bite and the picture of the rat snake bite.
All right, objection? No objection. All right, admitted.
So what did you do the rest of the day on the 2nd? Did you play any golf that day? Monday.
I might have. I don't really remember that day particularly, but there's possibly a good chance I played golf. I know I played golf prior to that weekend. That might have been the day I played at Manor Golf Course with my buddies. But I do know I played within a week period of time before that 4th of July weekend.
Do you remember what your mom was doing that day?
No, I do not.
All right. Let's move on to the 3rd. You remember what you did all day of the 3rd, right?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
Got up, took care of the animals, and planted the bushes that we just recently bought at Scottsdale Farms behind the backside of the house. It was like some holly bushes. And then once that was bushes. Done, it was about lunchtime, and then...
And that's you and your mom did that? Because y'all went to Scottsdale Farms, right?
Yeah, I planted the stuff, and I remember her being on the tractor going around picking up branches and stuff like that, throwing them into the bucket. So yeah, we planted those, and then we decided to go up to Cherokee Ranch to get lunch before I left to go up to the lake house.
What was your dad doing that morning?
I don't remember exactly what he was doing that morning, but he was already at Cherokee Ranch when we got there.
Okay. So he wasn't helping you guys move the, what kind of plant was it?
It was like some holly bushes.
Holly bushes?
Yeah.
Boxwoods or anything like that?
I don't think, no, those weren't boxwoods or some hollies.
Just hollies, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so your dad was already up there. Was that the first time you saw him that day, according to your testimony?
I believe that's right. I think that, as I remember, yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing him any on the 2nd?
I might have. I don't recall.
How about this? So, I mean, the last time you saw that you've alleged that you saw your dad alive was at Cherokee Ranch. Do you remember the last time you saw your dad before that?
I remember he went with us to Scottsdale Farms to buy those bushes.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he was with us when we went there to buy those bushes.
All right. How about before that? Because you just said you didn't know what he did that morning. But y'all went the day before to Scottsdale Farms?
I believe we did. I'm not 100% sure on which day, but I know he went with us to buy the bushes.
Did you see him any before that?
I'm sure I have. It was the weekend.
Well, okay, that would have been his birthday. So you remember his birthday, maybe Scottsdale Farms, Cherokee Ranch. That was it.
To my memory for right now, yes.
So you left Cherokee Ranch. Where was your mother going that you knew of?
I have no clue.
Did you know anything about going to the dog groomers up in Ball Ground?
Don't recall that.
Don't recall. Did y'all talk at lunch where, everybody was going?
I don't remember the conversations that we had at that lunch that day.
So your dad was at lunch. Did he talk to you when he was leaving, or did he just get up and walk out?
He was still there when I left.
Okay. But did he talk to you?
I remember saying, "Hey, I'm going I'm going up to the lake house. I'll see you later."
That's what you said?
I said to him.
Okay. Did he say anything back to you?
He would have said, "Okay."
But you don't know. Did he say anything to the effect of, "Why are you going to the lake house? We're doing work at the farm today. Why aren't you doing your job?"
No, he never made that comment to me.
Okay. You went, where was that lake house? You've referred to, I believe it's in Dawson County.
Yes, sir. It's, I can't give you the name of the road and all. I mean, I travel there so much. It's up where the outlets are, that section of the lake. You get to it by, instead of turning left.
Is it near War Hill?
I believe so. I think the park was kind of
War Hill Park,
kind of across the way of the cove and all that. Possibly might have been the name of that cove.
And that would be like where you would put the boat in, or was the lake house like right there?
They had their own dock, so we wouldn't put boats in the water. But their lake house was in a much slimmer cove. I would say if don't remember the name of the park, but there was definitely a park over there, and I would say that's about 200-300 yards away from their dock. So.
How many times have you been to their lake house?
Quite a bit.
What'd you do the rest of the day? I mean, you were there from about 2 till 10? According to your testimony?
Of the day of the 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I got there, had lunch, drove up there, and we went out on the lake and came back, and we were just hanging out.
How about this? So, how many beers did you have to drink that day?
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
I probably only had like maybe 1 or 2 beers.
All my DUI clients say that. That's all they ever had was 1 or 2 beers.
Yes.
Did you have any shots?
I don't remember having any.
Okay. But you've had shots up there before, right?
Oh, yeah.
Fireball?
Yeah, a couple times.
Typically what y'all do? You have the shots of Fireball?
Fireball, Jack Fire. I mean, it's just what we decided
Crown
to do.
Maple, any of that?
I don't ever Crown.
Not the good
I know
stuff.
we done Crown Peach before and all, but.
Okay. But y'all would have shots. That wasn't unusual.
Yeah.
Okay. So it could have happened that day, obviously.
It could have, but I don't remember, because it was, July 3rd. We weren't really partying like we would
on the 4th.
On the 4th.
It was a warm-up party.
Yeah, it was just all of us hanging out.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Warm-up party.
What'd y'all eat?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
I
I find this really interesting, Scott. I just want to note this. You remember, you spent all morning in very thorough detail remembering things about how you were terminated from this job, or all these very long ago events. You go into so much detail about all that. But when we're talking about the day that your father was murdered, you don't remember very much at all. Would you agree that that's odd? I'll put it in a question.
There was an objection coming. So.
No, I don't find it odd. I'm sorry if I don't remember what I ate that day. I mean, I remember the basics of the event. To me, at that time, there was nothing wrong.
So, how did you wind up leaving the lake house that night?
Melody called me. It had been around 10 o'clock or so, and she asked me, when are you going to be home? And I said, I don't know, haven't really decided, but why, what's going on? And she said, well, the horses are out. And I said, what do you mean, how the horses get out? And she said, your father left the gate open. And she was like, you need to come home and get the horses up. And I said, okay, well, I'll be on my way in just a few minutes.
How long did it take you to get home?
It's about a 35 to 45 minute drive, roughly. Okay. I wasn't driving right down the road.
So you would have left right about 10, you think?
Whenever she called me, I left, pretty shortly after that. So, like I said, I remember the phone call coming in. It was definitely dark. It could have been anywhere from like 10 to 11, somewhat. But it was around that time frame. I do remember it was dark.
I want to show you some pictures. You would have came home and went to your barn, right?
Yes.
Your barn apartment.
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you some pictures of your barn apartment as it was searched, I believe, on July the 5th. And I kind of want to get a general idea. And this first picture is very dark. But what is it a picture of?
Here's the bedroom.
That's your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Scott's 2. Still your bedroom?
Yes.
Scott's 3. Tell me what this is. We're not scanning it. All right. What is that?
It's a dog kennel, dog crate.
Okay. Let's try turning off the light. Just maybe.
Ooh. Spooky.
You know, the color is... There we go. That's much better. Okay, so this is your dog kennel. Next to your bed?
Yeah, it was one of them.
Okay. How many dogs did you have?
For to use a kennel like that, 2.
What kind of dogs were they?
They're English Labs.
Okay. Were they on the property during this time period?
Yes, sir.
And this is another part of your room. So this would have been looking back towards the door or just straight away from the bed?
Straight away from the bed.
All right. And this is a dresser drawer, but did you have other things within the drawer?
Yeah, I had clothes and just kind of all mixed match and stuff in like one drawer. So yeah, there's random stuff in there.
I've got one other picture that kind of gives a better idea about the location of the dresser drawer.
Thank you.
So that's your door right here. I mean, none of these pictures are very light, but a lot of that's because it's very dark in your...
Yes, it was a darker.
It's a dark place. None of the walls are painted. It's stained. It's kind of like a hunting cabin, yes?
Yeah, it was all live edge wood paneling doors, walls and doors.
And you had some deer on the wall, and you had cowboy hats, yes?
Yes.
And this is your closet.
That is the smallest.
And I'm not trying to pick
buck I've
on you or
ever
anything. I mean, I am. You're on cross-examination in a murder trial. But your room's kind of dirty, right?
It's not. I wouldn't say. There's nowhere looking like how my parents' house was.
But I mean, it's kind of dirty. There was dog feces in the floor in that picture. You saw that, yes? I could put it back.
Oh yes, man. I have a little teacup chihuahua, and I was not there to be able, to clean up because we weren't allowed to be around.
There's your closet, and you go back.
How long was
and
the
you
dog
still
left
have
there?
your military uniform, yes? Was that just more of a keepsake, or did you still wear that?
If that appears to be, my field jacket, and I occasionally wear that time to time.
Okay. Still wear it today?
Every blue moon, yeah. It depends on how cold it gets outside.
Okay. Another picture of your closet. Here's the top part of the closet. Just kind of packed. It's just not very clean in your room is all I'm trying to get at. I'm not trying to pick on your overall cleanliness, but I am a little. And this is your nightstand, or what is that? Just a table?
There's a table with some fabric draped over it.
Just put these over there.
Also known as clothes thrown on the table. He's trying to tick him off.
This is on top of your dresser.
He's trying to wind him up before the big one.
Yes?
Yes.
And that's that laptop right there. What, would you use that laptop?
At that time, no. I was mainly using that when I was in the military.
So you had it for a long time?
So my dad bought it for me in 2008 for Christmas because, back then, I knew I was deploying, so I knew I'd be able to communicate with them and do, at the time it was Skype calls and stuff like that. So he bought me the laptop for Christmas to be able to do that.
Okay. So had that laptop been searched, when was the last time you would have used that laptop?
I do not remember.
Would you have potentially used it that week?
Nah, I highly doubt it. I really don't remember last time.
Okay. What computer device were you using the most at the time?
My cell phone.
I'm recording Judge
That's what
Simpson.
you would search things on?
We'll get to it later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please no spoilers in chat. We'll time you out for the day.
Now, you gave, is that the passwords for your laptop? Did you give that to the police? I know.
It's going to be the light.
We'll have the light on for this one. All right, how about that? Was that the password for that?
Possibly. I really don't remember the password for that computer. It's been that long since I've used it.
Okay. Where did that come from? Farris 813836.
I honestly do not remember.
Okay. That is a sufficient answer. Put that over there. All right. This is your washroom, yes?
Yeah, bathroom / laundry room.
All right. So that's also in your bathroom?
Yes.
That's your bathroom sink, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You're my expert on that. I'm going to have you do that. There we go. That works better. All right, that's your bathroom sink. Here's your shower. I'm going to try to move as quickly as I can.
Nobody's done this, but just as a heads up.
That's your shower, yes?
Don't talk about what's happening in Simpson. Don't spoil it for anyone. If you talk about it, you'll get a timeout, even if you don't have a spoiler.
What is that?
We're going to watch it when it's done. It's happening right now, but we're recording it right now.
Looks like to be a sponge or some sort.
Okay. And this is the bottom of your shower, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, the jury, everybody's sitting here wondering, and I've got all these pictures of your shower. But here's what I've noticed, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong. And I've got pictures, and we're going to just kind of quickly go through a few pictures of your kitchen and the general rest of your apartment. Please just put those over there. But your apartment's kind of a bachelor pad. It's kind of a mess. Yes?
I mean, it wasn't picture perfect, but yeah, I wasn't bringing, ladies up there, so I wasn't worried about having it spotless.
But your shower was. Isn't that odd?
No, I always clean my bathroom.
But your shower was spotless. I mean, compared to you've got feces in the floor and other parts of the house, and you're just very disheveled.
Well,
but your bathroom is very clean. Why is that?
Well, the dog droppings is because I wasn't able to go in and take care of my dog. So, yeah, she was up in the apartment locked up. So I wasn't able to clean up the dog stool.
Is that the door to your, kind of from the outside porch into your apartment?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. And here's just the last picture. Here's the general, the island. Is this the island in your kitchen?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, not super clean, kind of just a general bachelor pad. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
And so, just for the purposes of the record, all of these pictures for publishing to the jury, I think that gets us to Scott 66. So that would be, what was the first number there, Adrian, on the pictures? No?
Picture was 3.
Scott 3 through Scott 66. No, yeah. And you can, Adrian, you can go.
Adrian, you can go. We're done with that. Thank you, Adrian, for helping us see all the evidence. He's trying to suggest that Scott cleaned up all the blood in the bathroom or something. It's just an insinuation. Oh. Scott knows he's not done yet. Even though there's no trace, yes, even though there's 0 signs of blood. The closest we've had signs of blood in this case is that he got bit by a snake on the 2nd of July.
I'll show you, Scott, some pictures that had been previously marked in this case. We looked at your bedroom, and you had a drawer. I believe it was a dresser drawer. Would this have been your dresser drawer?
It appears so, yes.
Okay, so you got
ammunition. Here we go.
A card from the sheriff's office of Sergeant Ballard. What is that about? Why did you have a card in there when your room was being searched?
I believe that might have been one of the times that like I said earlier, that I would talk to people in other counties and get an idea of, how stuff was going on about being hired on. So that might have been one of somebody I ran into and talked to. He gave me his cart. So that's probably why I would have had it.
And Scott, have you noticed here that you have some loose bullets?
Yes.
Right. What kind of bullets are those?
Without looking at them, I mean, I really don't know the caliper. But it appears those would be the ones that would have came from my grandparents' house. There was a box that my grandfather had some coins, and he had a whole bunch of different stuff. He even had his dog tags in there from when he served, and I think that those are just the drawer that those got put into.
And just for a closer picture for identification purposes, can you, and I can zoom in, I believe, can you make out what it says on this bullet right there?
Well, the one on the right I can make out, and it's, a 38 special.
Okay. So does that refresh your memory that those were 38 special bullets?
If that's what it says on them, then yes.
Right. And, in this case, there were a number of bullets in your barn apartment, yes? In the barn, yes?
In the barn, yes.
All right. I need stickers. I think just to keep things clean, I'm going to call this Scott 201. May I approach Judge? Do I need any gloves, guys? Are we good?
You're fine as far as this one.
Okay.
No.
I'm going to set these right here for you to identify if you wouldn't mind.
Just make a record of you doing what you're doing.
For the record, I have opened the box, partially opened and set in front of Scott Farris this box for identification of the bullets inside. What kind of bullets are those?
It says on the caliper 38 special.
Okay. Oh. Could you please read the brand name?
It says American Eagle Federal.
Okay. Where did these bullets come from?
Where were they found?
Yes, that's what I'm asking you, sir. Where were they in your barn?
Well, any ammunition like that would have been downstairs, possibly either in the feed room or the tool room. And I remembered that I had a friend that came out. There was a group of friends that came out, and one of the persons that came out had some ammunition that they left. And because I remember them, Detective Hayes asking me about that, and I gave the name of what we called him, his name and what number I had of him, but I haven't been in contact with that guy in a long time.
Before you pull that out, let's do something with the other ones and put.
No, absolutely. I was just moving things along while he was talking.
Yeah, let's put the other back in the other box back in the bag before you open the other box. And anyway.
Got it. Okay, go ahead with what you were saying about the bullets.
But yes, there was some ammunition that was left from somebody who came out and did some shooting, and I left them. They were left in the tool shed, so they should have been with some 16 gauge shotgun shells.
I marked it as 201, and I would move to admit these as Scott 201.
No objections.
Next one. So this will be Scott 202.
No objection.
Defense is introducing it. You are going to maintain it.
We will.
All right. You want them to mark the box or the bag or both or what?
Yeah, we keep up with it. We'll mark
Right. I'm putting it on the bag.
Okay.
And then we'll mark the box afterward.
202. May I approach, Your Honor? What are these cartridges?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time reading these. I need new contacts. Looks like 280, but typically they say on the side of the box.
Can you see anywhere on the side of the box?
Am I able to pull one out to get a closer look?
I'll zoom in. I'll zoom in for you.
I don't care. Can you read it? Zoom in on that.
I'll stipulate to wherever they say the bullets up, just to find out.
I believe it's a 380. Would that be a refresh your memory?
Guys, let's be more respectful in chat. I'm going to start timing people out. If you even got close to the line a little bit, just a few minutes each, just to remind you that you're the person who did it.
Oh, very clear there now.
Miracle of modern technology. When I say modern, I mean 12 years.
380 auto.
Okay. And if I haven't tendered that, I would ask to admit as Scott 202.
No objection.
Sometimes trials are obviously slow and monotonous, but there's something that I do want to talk to you about, and it is previously. No, not yet. I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted in this case as Stewart Defense 1. What is... What is this room?
That is the wash stall. That's where we give our horses baths, and we would also wash the dogs there too.
Okay. Would you say that this is generally the area you were in charge of this area? Yes?
Yeah, this is down in the barn where all the horse stalls are.
Okay. All right, now I want to go back to the night of the 3rd. You talked to your mom. What did your mom say when she called you?
When I was at the lake house?
When you were at the lake house.
She called me and she asked me, when are you going to be home? And I said, I don't know why, what's going on. And she said the horses were out. And I asked her how the horses get out. And she said, your father left the gate open. And she said, you need to get home and help get them up. And I said, well, I'll be on my way shortly.
Scott, you did it again. And I noticed this. And do you notice this? You didn't remember anything about your day. Very little conversation-wise. You don't remember what you said to your dad. You don't remember what your dad said to you. You don't remember any of those things, but you remember every word, allegedly, from that conversation with your mom on that night. Word for word. Is that not odd? That's the question.
That's the question. No objections.
To me, no. That was, a major event that it was in eventually to come of this situation. So.
Nicole, do we have those phone calls from that time period?
He's a good attorney, but he's not getting under his skin
So
yet.
you drove back and there was another phone call.
Scott's holding his own.
Yes?
Yes, when I got back to the property, once I made it up to the barn, I tried calling her.
You tried calling her?
Yes, and she did not answer.
All right. Do you have the picture?
Doodles, Scott is not on trial, but he has been presented as a third-party culprit in the defense's case.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is all.
I do.
This is fair game, is what I'm saying, legally.
Okay, that's fine. We've agreed to take a brief break, Your Honor. I need to get a demonstrative together.
All right. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess. We'll try to keep it 10 minutes. Although if they need to do something, it may take 15.
All right, they're going to go back. Let's see. Let's dump that. We're going to go jump to.
I didn't charge my watch last night. So.
We're going to jump to Judge Simpson really quickly. So we're going to bail right here and jump down here. Oops, that's not it. Let me get. Workspace, video clean feed, BDMI. There we go. Okay, now we're going to jump up here. And we're going to play.
In the hospital, Your Honor. I mean, I don't have authority to adjourn it, but I would defer to Your Honor in that regard.
This is the update from
In
Hailey.
those
This just
circumstances,
barely
I'll
happened
adjourn
in
this
court.
to
So
October 25th, 2024, 3 p.m.
might have to skip ahead a tiny bit. There's
Calls the case of Spice Tree versus William Morgan.
that's not it. Nobody there.
This one person.
Correct.
William Morgan, not here.
Slick attorney earned my
Proceed.
milestone, says Krista
Thank you,
OG.
Your Honor. There's rent to retain of $1,963.05, cost of $171, for a total due of $2,134.05, and we'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue in 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that's by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested with the writ to issue in 10 days.
Krista, thank you for 18
Court calls
months.
the case of Spice Tree Apartments versus Hailey Salisbury.
Here she is.
And also Gavin.
There's Gavin.
Westling. Hello. State your name, sir.
Gavin Wellesley.
Wellesley. All right. So where are we on this? Well, hold on. I'll let Ms. Dornbush speak first, and then we'll.
The total we're at today, Your Honor, is the $6,143.
$6,143.
That's correct.
Okay. So the other thing didn't come through.
Unfortunately, no. It's not looking
All right.
good.
That's fair enough. We get it. All right.
Bummer.
So you look like you want to tell me something. What do you want to tell me?
No.
Yes, you do. You're looking like you want to say something.
No.
No? Gets up here and then she clams up. All right. So did you get your account open?
Mhm.
Did you?
Mhm.
Okay. It And the rest of the funds were put into that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Or we're still working on transferring it, but a lot of them did, yeah.
What does that mean?
So there's like limits on how much you can transfer through apps within like a week period of time or whatever. It's all confusing.
But the account is set up.
Yes.
For that's in your name.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so when do you anticipate you'd have all of that transferred over?
Probably within, I think there's more ways around it. We were trying to do either send it right to the bank, like Zelle, or I don't know. There's ways, I guess, soon. I don't know exactly.
Mom's raising her hand. Andrea.
No, that was a 20-year-old answer you just gave me.
Oh.
I get it. No, I get it. That's okay. So here's what we're going to do. So with her, we'll have to figure this all out. But if we added November's rent, no, let's do this. If you were to add November and December rent, how much would that be, Ms. Dornbush?
One moment, Your Honor. So it's the rent's $12.35, Your Honor. So times 2. There's 2 static utility charges at $16.50 a month times 2, and then the water sewer
25
is
a bit.
no more, from what I can tell, than $30 per month. So if we just, $60 per month. So if we
26
went with that number times 2, let me pull out my calculator. So 26.23 added on to the current balance, 61.43.55.
$8,790.
It looks like $8,766.55.
That was close.
How much?
87.66.55.
All right, got it. 55. Okay.
I'm gonna just double check my math just to be safe, Judge.
Oh no, I have 2 staff members. That's exactly what they got. So I think you're good. So here's what we're going to do while you solve that other part of the problem. So Hailey, we'll have to figure out the rest of it, but what we're going to do is, so you can take a bit of a breath, we're going to pay up through December.
Okay.
That sound good? Are you just nodding at me because you're going to agree with the guy in the black robe, or that you want to do?
No, it sounds good. I just don't want it to be a problem with them.
For who?
I don't want them to like worry or anything.
Who?
The apartment.
I know. So what I'm going to do is, at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to release 877.66 to Spike Street. Okay.
And is that all the late fees too?
What?
Is that included? Like, I don't know how much all the late fees add up to.
Which late fees? Really?
I'm guessing there's late fees for each.
Okay, just listen. You owe right now, you said 61.43
and 55 cents. Yep.
And 55. Okay, so right now what you owe is 61.43.55.
Mm-hmm.
Got that? the calculation that we just went through were your rent for November and December and those charges that you have, like water, the water charge, and you have some other static charges that are in. So everything, put that all together. So your back rent and everything through December, you would owe $8,766. Okay? Got that? So there's not going to be any they've got all the late fees and everything from previous, that's already in there. In the other one. You follow me?
I know that.
Okay, then what were you asking me about late fees?
Nothing.
No, tell me you're trying to ask me something. Just tell me.
No, it's fine. I don't know.
Hailey, I think you figured out. I'm not as stupid as I look. So just, if you got a question, just ask. I'll figure it out. Even if you don't think it's going to come out right, just ask me the question.
I don't know exactly what I was just making sure that it was those months added to.
Right. But you won't have late fees if we pay it for November and December.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to release that from the escrow. You still have a sizable chunk in escrow, right? But I'm going to adjourn this out to November 1st. There's a reason why I'm doing that, okay? At that time, it may be that this case then gets dismissed, but you're going to have to make a decision about whether or not you want the rest of your lease paid up. Follow me? Because her lease runs through what date?
I don't have the lease in front of me, Judge, but her move-in date was mid-April, so maybe the end of March, possibly.
That sound about right? That it runs through March? It runs through May?
That could be, Your Honor. They may have signed a slightly longer lease, and if you bear with me just a moment, I do have it. I just didn't have it open.
I
moved in your birthday month of April.
Yeah, the 15th. And if it's 12 months, then it should be.
Oh, actually, Your Honor, it looks like it was a 14-month lease, and it expires on June 16th.
14-month lease?
Gotcha.
They definitely said it was 12.
What'd you say?
They definitely said it was 12.
Okay, but you got a 14-month lease.
That's
right?
what it is. It's signed.
And so here's what you got to think about. And I'll need an answer by November 1st. This other amount that I have in escrow, I'm going to hold that, right? And then you are going to have to decide how far you want paid out on this lease so you don't have to worry about it. Okay? But I'm going to let you I want you to think about it and then let you make that decision. Okay? A great deal of the money that's here is really for that purpose. Stabilize you a little bit, okay? Just want you to think it through, and then you're going to give me what your decision is. And then I'll tell you what mine is. But I'll let you speak first next time, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to release that amount. You don't have to worry. You're going to be paid through December. And we're going to try to figure out if your lease ends in June, how that's going to be paid while you get yourself settled. Got it?
Okay.
Does that make sense to you? Yes.
Yes.
I gotta get her to actually use the words. Do you have any other questions?
No.
No.
I do, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Go on, Gavin.
So I'm just curious.
Can I get off the lease?
Since we have kind of the money for this, is there any way I could find out whether I'll still be on the lease or if there's a way I can come off it without it affecting my record or so-and-so kind of?
Ms. Dornbush, you don't have an answer to that, do you?
I do, actually. And
okay.
This may play a part in Hailey deciding what she wants to do on November 1st. If the lease is paid through the end of the term, then
We'll release
they
him.
are willing to release Mr. Wellesley from the lease, and it would remain solely in Hailey's name. They just need that assurance that the full lease will be covered.
Okay.
And I think, okay, you follow that?
Yeah.
So his name comes off if we can make sure that this is paid through June. But I don't want you making that decision right now. I want you to make that decision by November 1st. I want you to kind of think it through. Fair enough? Okay.
So if they pay up to the end of the lease,
see November 1st, 2024.
How much additional is that?
At
3 p.m. I'm sorry, November 1st, 12 p.m.
12 p.m.
So if they only have the
Okay.
GoFundMe money,
you really want to go now, don't you? You don't like being here, do you? All right, Haley. You take care. All right, young lady. Thank you. Colin, good seeing you, sir. Spice Tree versus Pena versus Vasquez versus Brown.
all
Those
right,
are
here we go.
discussed.
We're jumping back to court. That's all that happened.
Bring them out.
GoFundMe's at $27,000. They just paid $8,000, including the next 2 months of rent. It'll be another $7,000 to cover up till June. That would leave her with what, $16,000, $15,000 in that range left over after her lease is paid to the end of the term. What fell through was there was another individual who came forward who was offering to pay all of it themselves. And apparently it was just an offer, and it was worth the same thing that Amber Heard's IOU is worth because it didn't come through. We were hoping to be able to announce that somebody had paid all the back, everything she owed, and the rest of her lease till the end of the term, because that's, I believe, what the offer was. And in fact, no. It was a pledge. It was a pledge. But that's okay. It's okay. She is in a great spot now. One thing I'll just point out is that she was all smiles. She was. We hadn't seen Hailey smile in quite a long time, and she is. Yes, she's giggling. It's a little inappropriate for court, but it is what it is. Jury's coming in. Here we go. Let's turn up the spice one more time. Because we haven't got to the polygraph situation, although he might be asking some of the questions that were asked to him on the polygraph, hoping to get an answer that disagrees with the answer he gave on the polygraph exam. So that's why he said, haven't we covered this before? Yes, he might be going through those same questions. And to Scott's credit, he's sticking nearly verbatim to the answers we've heard before, because these are asked and answered situations. Liz, I think he had a pretty good alibi. I mean, even his mom knew he was gone. He was there with his friends up at the lake. Things that count against him that look bad: 38 special rounds in his apartment, and he doesn't own a 38 special. He's the one who knew where the gun was. Apparently, nobody else had seen it. In my book, the fact that he looked at a gun sitting in a holster and knew exactly what the caliber was, that seems a bit strange.
That's what I'm trying to address before y'all confuse everybody.
Okay. Mr. Farris, I was talking to you before we took a brief break about this phone call at 10:52 p.m. on July the 3rd, but I'm not talking about these phone calls that would have happened earlier in the day. I'm just talking about this one right now.
Okay.
Okay? And that would have been when you were leaving the lake, yes?
That seems about right, yes.
Yes? Okay. So then you call your mother at 11:30 p.m. and cancel the call?
I didn't cancel it. I remember when I got to the farm, I tried calling her and it went to voicemail.
Okay.
So, and then she called me back a short time afterwards.
At 11:34 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
So when she finally called me back, I noticed when I pulled into the farm, the horses were in the pasture. So I pulled up to the barn and tried calling her.
Meaning the horses were put up. They were
on the property. They were in the pastures.
Right. So, but everything, you didn't have to go put the horses up.
No, I did not have to go retrieve them. Like when she called me and said the horses were out, they were not in a pasture. They were either running around the property or they made it off the property.
They could make it off the property?
Yes. They've done it before. They go up the driveway and
head out per se?
Yes.
Okay. So they're in the pasture?
Yes.
Call mom. All right, go ahead.
So I tried calling her. She didn't answer. I proceeded to go up and I made sure the gates were closed and, everything seemed all right. And she called me back and I said, what the hell? You said the horses were out.
You said to your mom, what the hell?
Yeah, I probably along those lines. I was like, you said, what the hell? You said the horses were out. I might not have said a hell, but I made the reference and said, you called me and said the horses were out. And she said, well, I was able to get them back up.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. And I noticed the fire burning when I was pulling up to the barn at the burn pile. And I said, so I guess Daddy decided to burn that pile because he did talk about burning it prior to that day. And she said, yes, he did. I was like, okay, well, y'all need to keep an eye on it, make sure it doesn't spread. And she was like, okay, we will. And then I informed her, it's like, hey, I'm waking up very early in the morning. I'm going to play golf with Ted and Phillip, but I'm going to come over and get the debit card and run and get some cash out before I go. And she said, okay, just let me know when you're coming over to the house. And that was all that was said in that conversation. And then I just went into my apartment and eventually fell asleep.
And you did like a check, you mentioned, right?
I checked the gates where the horses were at, make sure they were closed so they wouldn't get out again if they were out.
Other animals you said earlier you checked on some other things.
Yeah, I made sure the goats were in the actual goat pen and the chicken coop door was closed. So
which chicken coop?
The one there at the barn.
So you didn't go over to the house?
No, I never went over to the house that night.
Because you mentioned earlier for the first time that you went and checked the chicken coop. You'd never mentioned that in any of your other interviews.
Okay. I checked everything in the vicinity of the barn.
So, you just kind of did a brief rundown of this 4-minute phone call. That's 4 minutes? That's rather long. It's almost 5 minutes. It's 4 minutes. Do you remember anything else that you talked about in this 4-minute phone call? At 11:34 p.m.?
No, I don't remember anything else.
Okay. But you remember what you said earlier?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we switch back over to the Elma? I'm sorry.
Mr. Williams, do you mind if we just stipulate to that as Cocknell 10 tender?
Oh, yes, I meant we stipulate to the admissibility of Kuykendall 10, which was the picture of the phone that said, contact mother.
Judge, I'll print off a copy and we'll supplement the record with that.
All right. All right, so that's actually the debit card you went to go get the next morning?
That's not a debit card. That's a credit card.
Of your dad's?
Yes, that would have been my father's.
And the background of that photo, what is that? It looks like it's your bedstand or whatever we would call that? Your nightstand?
I see a golf tee, and that fabric looks like the fabric on the table next to my bed.
Right. So that would be your father's credit card next to your bed?
One of them at one point, yes.
One of them at one point. Well, this was the picture of the search. This has been previously admitted in this case of your room on July the 5th/6th. So that would have been in your room, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you get that credit card?
I mean, that was one of the many cards that we used. That might have been the one at one point that I had that my dad got a new credit card, so it was no longer operable. So
he just saved his old one for memory's sake.
I guess I never disposed of it.
But it's valid through 0420?
Yes, the date on it.
Right. But he would have kept it in this wallet, yes?
If it was in use, yeah, either I would have had it or he would have had it.
Well, here's my thing, Scott, and I want you to help me figure this out. You are the only individual who has placed wallets in hands of your mother, but you have a credit card of your dad's after his death, and we have seen all of these text messages that your dad always said, give it back. Give it back. Why'd you have that card?
I mean, like I said, I don't remember when that card was used because, sometimes he would get new cards and, when you get a new card, they cancel out the other one or, but, with him asking for the card back, that's, I would have had it and he needed it back for something else.
See, I think this is where you made a mistake, Scott. Don't you?
No.
See, the next morning you went to go get the card from your mother. Yes?
I said I was going to come over and get a debit card.
But you knew that you couldn't get the debit card, which you're not supposed to have this card. But you knew that you could not have gotten the credit card or the debit card from your dad because you knew your dad was dead at that point.
No, I did not know my dad was dead at that point.
But you got up that morning and you had to go keep your story together. And you went and played golf. And you went and played with who?
Ted and Phillip.
And y'all went over to what golf course?
Hampton Golf Course up on 400.
And you played till about 11:30.
Yeah, right around there.
Would it, now your friend, he came to testify yesterday. He mentioned that you looked tired. Then he said everybody looked tired. So do you think you looked tired that morning when you went to go play golf?
Oh, yeah, I mean, we had a very early tee time. Okay.
So then how did you get over to the lake?
I drove the truck from the golf course up to the lake house.
And how long were you at the lake?
Several hours until Ted and I decided to go to another friend of ours' pool party at our apartment complex.
And at this point, I imagine you were very nervous, were you not?
That day, no, I wasn't nervous.
Okay. And you came back that evening at some point. What time?
Back to the farm?
The farm.
Yeah, I came home to, take care of animals. It was still daylight, so if I remember right, it was maybe somewhere around 8 o'clock-ish. I mean, it was still daylight outside.
Did you, you saw Ella? Addison, I'm sorry. You saw Addison and Cameron, yes?
Not on the day
of the 4th?
No, I did not.
Because they were there by that time.
I never saw them.
They'd been on the property. You knew that. And you knew they'd been outside. They'd been all over your property. And it's your property. That's the words that you would use to refer it pretty regularly in interviews. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I might have said, sometimes when I talk to people, I say, my farm, my family farm. But
that might be a way to get the...
No, I never once said, this is my farm I bought.
And so you saw Addison and Cameron, and you began to panic a bit, did you not?
No, because I never saw them.
All right. And when did you go to bed that night, or did you?
I did go to bed that night. Once I took care of, all the animals and everything, I went over and walked in and talked to Melody, and
that was on the 4th.
Yes.
Right. So you put yourself in the house, in her bedroom, and on that day, you told her at that time. What did you say earlier? Something about things are about to change. Tell me about that.
So I walked in after we're, taking care of all the animals. The goats were out when I pulled in, got them back up. Everybody was squared away. I went over to the house. Didn't see anybody in the kitchen and all. Noticed, the master bedroom TV was on. Walked in there and Melody was laying in the bed with the dogs. And
did you storm in your mother's room on a regular basis?
Storm in? No.
Just walk in what time of night was that?
I mean, this was just right after I got done taking care of everybody. So
everybody, you mean?
All the animals.
Animals, okay.
He caught that.
So, the door was open, and as you walk up, you can see she was just laying there watching TV.
And you said?
And I walked in, I go, why were all the goats out in the pasture? And she said, your father let them out. And I was like, well, okay, why weren't they put back up if nobody's, out there? And she was just like, I don't know. I was like, well, y'all are going to have to start doing this because at some point I'm going to be pursuing a job in law enforcement and I'm not going to be able to be here to do this kind of stuff. So y'all got to start taking some responsibility of the animals. And she was like, okay.
Did anybody else ever hear this conversation besides you and your mother, allegedly?
No, because she was the only one in the room.
Right. So you told law enforcement this conversation?
Yes, because that was the conversation that happened.
You've told the jury this conversation?
Yes, because that was the conversation that was had.
But that's the time you told. That's the time you decided to tell your mother that I'm pursuing law enforcement and I'm getting out of here, guys.
No, they knew that prior to it. I've always, said it. I've always made comments here every once in a while that y'all got to learn how to take care of these animals.
And I think that's another mistake you made.
I'm going to object. He can't make comments.
Yeah. I'll rephrase.
103C, he's got to quit making statements in his questions. It's improper.
Do you think that was a mistake? Do you think that was a mistake you made?
No.
Okay. And then you went back to your apartment. That's your testimony that evening.
Yes.
What did you do over at your apartment?
Laid on my couch and watched some TV and kind of relaxed and then went to bed.
Do you remember what time?
No, I did not.
Were you beginning to panic at that point?
No, I was never panicking.
Because no one had looked for your father.
At that time, I was unaware that anything happened to my father. There was no reason to panic for anything.
And the next morning, you woke up and what did you do?
So the next morning, woke up, had my morning coffee, took care of the animals, I was planning on going to get my hair cut and was going to meet Ted at the...
Get some golf clubs made.
I was going to get into a simulator, computer simulator and swing clubs, and they would have been able to give me a printout of what type of clubs I needed to get and stuff like that. I wasn't going to purchase golf clubs then, but I was just getting into the simulator. That was the plan. But when I was leaving out to go do that, I saw Amanda's vehicle up at the house, so I decided to go say hey to her really quick.
And she was there to get Cameron?
I believe so.
Chad's daughter?
Yes.
And you'd met Cameron before, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you walked up. I mean, surely, were you not terrified that no one had realized yet that your father was missing?
And once again, I had no clue anything happened to my father.
Right. That was not part of your plan, correct?
I never had a plan.
You walked over and saw them sitting there talking. And what did you say?
I walked up and immediately I was asked if I knew where my father was.
Okay. And what did you say?
I said, no, I haven't seen him. What do you mean? They're like, well, we can't find him. And then there's the window into the garage. I was like, well, there's his Mercedes, the RTV sitting right there. He's got to be here.
All right. Where'd you go next? Back to the barn?
No, not at that moment. Eventually, I had to go back up there to try to start searching for him. But we tried to figure out where he could have possibly gone.
And you testified earlier that you went down towards the burn pile, yes?
At one point, I went to go check the trail camera after she asked me to go check it.
You already know where I'm going with this. Is that a picture of you going towards the trail camera?
That would have been, yes.
All right.
Can we please see this?
And that was at 12.
A little faster.
12, roughly, yes?
Time stamp on that, yes.
All right. And is that a picture of you going towards it or backing away from the trail camera?
I would be walking towards it.
All right. So is that the moment when you looked at the trail camera by your testimony?
Yes, I was going to check the SD card on it.
And then you deleted it at that point, right? I think your word was habit, yes?
I checked what pictures were on there, and then, yes, I had a habit. I deleted it. I didn't see anything out of the, normal. I went to go, the sole purpose of me going to look to see if my dad might have walked in front of it to see if he could have walked down that way. That's why she asked me to go check it to see if there was anything on it.
But you deleted it at that time. And did anybody else ever hear you, did anybody else hear this conversation between you and your mother?
Amanda was there, I know that for sure.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would ask to admit Scott 73.
No objection. It's made.
And, this was a picture taken right around that time by the trail camera. Who's that?
That would be Amanda.
All right. And what does she appear to be doing?
Walking.
All right. And then this would be a picture of who?
That'd be Melody.
All right. And can you see the time on that?
Yes.
All right. So that's 12:06, and she appears to be doing what?
Walking.
What's up next to her head?
A phone.
Right, so that's at 12:06. Going back to the other picture, and I would ask to admit that is Scott 72 and Scott 71.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
Now go back to this picture, you walking up at 12:12. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So you checked it. And had you forgotten it was there? the trail camera?
No, I knew it was still down there.
But you would have. That was another mistake you made that day. Wouldn't you agree?
What mistake?
That you deleted the trail camera.
I mean, I don't think it's a mistake because once again, anytime I check the trail camera, I always delete it to free up that. But at that time, we still hadn't even discovered my dad. So I checked it because to see if maybe my dad walked by to see if he could have been walking down the property edge because we were trying to figure out where he could have been.
At this point, had you told anybody about the missing gun?
No, I have not brought that up.
Okay. You bring that up for the first time after your father is found?
Yes, I brought it up to the detectives.
And so how long after that picture would you say you found your father?
It wouldn't have been much longer because I think the 911 call was, 12:30, somewhere before 1 o'clock, I know. So, we were still in the process of trying to locate him.
And I'm going to play you what has been previously been marked as 911. And this is your 911 call. Have you ever heard it?
Have I ever heard it?
Is it up, Judge?
My father has come up missing, and we just searched the property as a small farm, and I just found something near the fire that doesn't. He was burning brush, and now there's stuff in the fire that it could be him. I don't know.
Okay. All right, sir. What's Purcell Lane run off of?
It's right off of Birmingham Road.
You said 2155 Purcell Lane, that's correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is your name?
Scott Farris, Farris.
What's a good callback number for you, Scott?
867-5309.
27.
How old is you said your father?
Yes, sir.
How old is
he just turned 68 on the 68, yeah.
68, okay.
Now I'm calling you to say that we've been walking around looking for him, and I went where the fire's still smoldering, and I'm ex-military. I was deployed to Iraq. I've seen what burned up bodies look like, and this looks like a body.
Okay. All right, sir. I've got him on the way out there for you. I'm going to send the police and the fire department out there. Just try and leave everything that you can, the way you found it down there, and we've got them on the way out there for you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?
No, that'll be it.
All right, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
A member of the fire department, EMT, testified that she was the first on the scene and that you met her at the end of the driveway. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you, after you did that, you looked up at Chris and you told him to get those kids the F out of here. I believe that's what he testified to. You just said, get those kids the F out of here. Right?
Yes, along those lines. I told him to get those girls away from there.
And you testified earlier that when you were there, everybody was there, but your mother was right here above you. As y'all were looking.
She was literally right next to me.
Yeah, well, I believe you said right here above your shoulder, somewhere in there.
I don't recall.
She was next to you, okay? All right. She said she was right next to you. What was she doing when you reached down and grabbed your dad's skull?
she was looking at the same thing I was looking at.
You testified to something earlier that caught me off guard. You said you saw blood vessels. Do you remember that?
Yeah, when I vividly remember seeing it, and I mean, what it appeared to be like little lines. I don't know if they're blood vessels or what, but it didn't look like a rock to me. So it made me, I grabbed a very small corner of it and turned it over and saw the teeth and eye sockets and immediately put it back to confirm.
And you went and met the EMT, and you told the EMT over and over again that you knew what burned bodies looked like because you'd been in Iraq. Just what you said on the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay. And did you pass Amanda on the way?
From after I called 911 and started heading up to go meet them, yes, Amanda was standing in the driveway.
Okay. And is that when you told them about the missing revolver in the basement?
I never told them.
You never told them about the missing revolver in the basement?
Amanda, no.
You told Chad, didn't you?
No, I never told Chad.
Okay. And eventually, what appears to be every member of, at some point, we got a witness list in this case that covered essentially Cherokee County shows up, right? All of Cherokee County law enforcement, EMTs, fire department, everybody shows up on this scene.
Sorry.
And within minutes, you went and spoke to Detective Kuykendall, yes? You remember him? Tall guy. Nice guy.
Yeah.
Always would apologize before he had to ask you a question, or anybody a question for that matter. Remember him? Not him. The other guy. Tall guy.
Yeah,
You got in the car with him.
Yes, I got in a vehicle with 3 other people. One person was in the driver, 2 in the back, I believe.
Okay. And is that the first time you decided to tell? That was the moment you chose. You got a hold of Kuykendall and you told him about your immediate suspicions of your mother and that a gun was missing. Do you remember that?
Yes, I told him that I found a gun several weeks prior, and for them to search that house and try to find it, because I didn't try to continue finding it. I only checked that one drawer. So I told them to search the rest of the property.
So when did you search? Oh, sorry, I missed that. When did you say you searched the house looking for that missing gun? Because you were looking for the missing gun before you talked to Kuykendall.
No, when I went down to go check to see if my dad's CPAP machine was there and if his shotgun was there, that's when I remember that gun being in that drawer. So I just went over there to check to see if it was still there. It was not there.
And that was before you told Kuykendall? Or
Yeah,
Amanda?
that was before we even found my father.
Before you found him?
Yes.
You were looking for a missing gun?
Because I remember that gun being there, and I just wanted to make sure if that gun was still there or not.
Okay.
That part does seem weird to me.
So you told Detective Kuykendall, and you love law enforcement, yes? Like you want to be law enforcement.
Yes,
you said you tried even after this to be law enforcement. Yes?
After what?
After your father's death, you tried to get into law enforcement. You testified to that earlier. Yes?
Not after all this happened with my father, because I was told that I wouldn't be able to do anything because I was considered as a suspect in an investigation.
Who told you that?
I don't remember
he brought
who
that
told
up.
me that, but I was just kind of informed on that, and it's kind of a no-brainer if I'm going through such a traumatic event and all. I don't see how a law enforcement will hire me on and when I'm being investigated for this.
That's valid. So you then told Kuykendall, from that moment on, they were looking for a gun. Now, when you went into the basement, did you see any blood?
Yes, I noticed one drop of blood.
Where was that drop of blood?
It was heading towards the stairway, kind of the small narrow point between a wall and the bar.
Was it one of these drops of blood?
It would have been number 4.
You saw that one?
I saw that drop.
Is that where you would come in the house? Typically? Always? You said that's where you would eat your dinner.
I would come down from the stairs and go sit in the chair over there and eat.
The chair with the ottoman?
Yes.
This chair?
Yes.
Where that bullet is? Do you see that bullet? Have you ever seen that bullet before?
No, I've never seen that bullet before.
That was sneaky.
That's a bullet. And you've never seen that in the basement?
No.
So you say you saw this droplet of blood. Now I do want to go back and note, you, days before, you were bit by a snake. And it sounds that you enter and exit through the basement door, or the American doors, as Mr. Fogus puts it. Would it not have made sense that you entered through the basement and gone up the stairs to get the iodine there?
I never would have entered through the basement. If I ever came over to the house, I came in through the garage or the front door.
Isn't that the long way around?
That's a better picture of the bullet. I'm sorry I couldn't show you earlier. Do you know what kind of bullet that is, sir? I know you do.
I know you do. Commentary needs to
There's
go.
different types of like rounds and how they expand and all, but I've seen something similar to that with it.
What is that part right there?
It's polymer plastic.
It appears to me the plastic, because I know I've seen rounds that have like a reddish or green plastic in the bullet, and that could be range from 9mm to 45 caliber and so forth.
Right. And 38s?
Possibly, yes.
Sure. And so in your experience, what is the purpose of these, this plastic in the bullet? Do you know?
That I do not know.
Okay. You know, like hollow points. Do you know the difference between things like that?
Yes, I know the difference between a hollow point and, target practice type stuff.
So what would be the purpose of that plastic in that bullet?
I really
don't know.
Don't
okay.
know.
That's fine. But as you walked up the stairs, you saw no other blood, yes?
No, I saw no other blood.
So, and at the top of the stairs, you saw no blood in the dining room. I'm trying to find the picture of the dining room. Here we go. Up here, you saw no blood?
No, sir, I did not.
No blood here?
No, sir.
No blood on this chair?
No, sir.
Anywhere on this rug?
No.
Okay. No splatter on the walls?
No.
And you then continued to tell the story of this gun. Who else did you tell the story of the gun to?
That day?
That day.
I only remember talking to, detectives and all.
Okay.
So
here's something interesting that I would like to ask you. So you've just found out that your father, well, you just allegedly found out, that your father has been burned to death on a burn pile. Yes?
I knew there was human remains in the burn pile my father was missing, and it had to be a very good percentage chance that it was going to be him.
But your instant thoughts, you go downstairs, you're looking for an alleged gun that was somewhere in the basement that only you saw. Your father's burned to death. You don't think, well, we should probably look to see what accelerants might have been used. You don't go looking for gasoline, do you? Or anything for that matter. You immediately went to a gun. You went and looked for a gun. Yes?
No, I went to try to figure out where my father was, and when I went to go check for the shotgun, I remember that gun being there. It just, something wanted me to go make sure that it was still there or not. I didn't know if it was anywhere else in the house. Where I last saw it, that's where I went to go check, because of her behavior and everything. It was very fishy about the whole situation.
Right, and that is what you've told everyone for 6 years. But you didn't go look for a missing knife. Yes or no?
No, I didn't.
You didn't. You have a property that is a farm property. And on that farm property, I imagine there's some kind of poisons. Yes?
Sure, there's some kind of chemical that if somebody drank it, it will cause harm.
Okay. But in all of this, and you've testified that you had no idea that there was a bullet in your father until about midnight. And I mean, we've had previous witnesses come into this case and say when they found the bullet in your father's rib. But 10 hours, 12 hours before this bullet is found, you have set them off looking for things. You have been controlling where they go and what they do. Have you not?
No, not controlling. I just asked them to search the house to see if they could find that gun, because I knew something bad had happened.
That's right, you did. And I know you knew that. But wouldn't it make more sense? And I think that's where you made a mistake again. Wouldn't you agree?
Objective, argumentative.
Sustained.
You didn't go looking for anything else that possibly could have caused the death of your father. Correct?
No.
You were interviewed many times in this case. Yes?
Oh, yes.
How many times do you remember?
I've lost count. Over couple years, there was multiple times.
And you would agree some of them were very lengthy interviews, yes?
Oh, yes.
You would agree that Detective Hayes and Detective Kuykendall believed you. Wouldn't you agree with that? That they liked you. You liked them and they liked you.
I mean, no, they were doing their job, and I was trying to help them out on information. And whatever questions they asked me, I gave, my answers to and all. I mean, I was trying to help find out what happened to my father.
Earlier you stated that your mother, in the year following this, she was trying to constantly make things up about you. Have you arrested or something to that effect? But isn't it true that you called 911 multiple times on your mother that year? You remember that? I have the recordings if you'd like to listen to them.
I do
To
not
refresh
remember
your memory.
calling 911 on her. I know there's a couple times I've had to call 911. When one, the trailer came up missing, and two, when Chad started harassing me that day at the driveway.
Do you remember calling 911 saying that your mother had gone through your apartment?
So on my apartment, when I called 911 for that, she actually called me and told me that my apartment was ransacked. Someone broke into my apartment. So I was working for my friend Justin at the nursery at that time. So I ran up to him and was like, dude, I gotta go. Somebody broke into my house. So I went home and my apartment was ransacked. So I called 911.
And there was accusations at one point that you threatened your mother over that year. Do you remember that? 2019. After we've moved on from the 5th. Do you remember that?
That I threatened my mother?
You were under investigation by the city of Woodstock because Cherokee could not investigate you. The kind of as a impartial third party, Woodstock investigated that. Yes? Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember having to go out to Woodstock Police Department and talk with them. They said I threatened her, but that never happened.
It's getting under his skin. We're getting to the interview.
So initially, you were not. Michael, can we get it so that I can play the video? The Facebook video.
We have Facebook.
Plug it in
video.
right here.
We have Facebook video coming in.
These are the Facebook videos, Jeff.
What did you give us?
That we gave you, yes.
No worries.
Do you have any objection?
No. Talking about guns, firearms?
Yes. You testified and have made multiple statements that you did not have handguns. Yes? On the property?
I told what handguns were, and you've shown a picture of the one I knew of.
I'm going to show you some Facebook videos, and Judge, we will have to mark these, I think, later following this as far as Scott exhibit, but I'm
I'll
just...
stipulate whatever number they are.
Okay.
Jeff, and AR-15, here's some tactical shit.
Sidearm. That's a semi-auto. It's not a revolver.
I don't think I hit any of those targets.
Well, I think we established in that video Jeff's not a very good shot. Who is Jeff?
He is one of my friends that I've known for quite a while.
Okay. I think there's another... I'll pause right there. Where is this on your property?
That would have been down in the very bottom right-hand corner of the property. So if you...
Let's see if I can pull up where was the aerial, Jeff? The board? I don't know that that's going to show...
I mean, I could pinpoint on the area.
Right, I would like to do that. Michael, could you help me?
It's under all the aerials, Michael.
Yes. How about this? So where...
Okay, move the mouse, go to the dam on the pond.
Okay.
Keep going up towards that corner. No, the other way. So yeah, you would have to gain access there. And then if you go left, keep going left.
Along this fence line?
Yes, sir. That's the edge of the property. So eventually right.
But doesn't it turn and come back up this way?
Yeah, so down right in there is where the two property lines meet.
So up in this corner somewhere.
Yeah, so it's going
right by the
downhill
burn
into
pit.
a creek. And then it starts going back uphill. So you have trees and everything. No houses back there.
That's right by the burn pile. You're shooting into the hill. You're basically aimed towards the house, aren't you?
Now, this is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Same day?
Yes.
This is your Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
That giggle at the end.
I'm showing you another video.
You're too far forward filming that.
So those videos, the second one you would say that you were just using, what would that have been, an AR-15?
Yes.
And the first video you had an AR-15 and what appeared to be a handgun. What type of gun was that?
That was Jeff's gun. I really want to say that was a 9mm. I'm not 100% certain on what caliber it was, but both those guns were his.
Okay. And those would be, that would be a form of shooting, tactical shooting.
Yeah, I mean, the way I was doing it, yeah, that had a lot of, my training on how I would shoot. Just the terrain that we had and what I was wearing, I wouldn't call it very tactical. But yes.
You were interviewed with Scott in one interview, or with Chris. I'm sorry, Scott. It's been a long day, as you know. You were interviewed with Chris together. Do you remember that at one point?
There was a couple times, yes.
Y'all were interviewed at the same time, and y'all were interviewed apart. You remember that?
Yes.
Right. And you were interviewed one time, much later, by the GBI. Do you remember that?
Here we go.
At the district attorney's office in 2019.
I believe so. There was a lot of interviews, so.
And do you remember in that interview that after about 3.5 hours, you concluded, stopped the interview? You brought it to an end. You said you weren't taking this anymore. Do you remember that?
I don't remember saying those exact words and all, but.
That was the general idea?
Yeah, I remember one day I was there all day long and I had nothing to eat and I was exhausted and, I mean, I said everything that I could think of. I mean.
Did you consider yourself a suspect at that point?
If I consider myself?
Did you consider yourself a suspect at that point?
I didn't think myself as a suspect, but they, treated me like a suspect, and I fully understand why they would.
And it was a different investigator. You'd always dealt with Detective Hayes.
Yes, I've dealt with a lot of different people during this whole situation.
Would you say that the most person you've dealt with is Detective Hayes?
Majority of them, yes, would be with him.
And Detective Hayes, the first year in 2018, seemed to be going with everything you had to say, yes?
I mean, I gave him what information I knew, yes.
Didn't ask you about your guns and your bullets.
I mean, he asked, I think I remember him asking me about what type of guns I had and everything like that.
And I'll get to talk to Detective Hayes about that in a number of days. But you remember in 2019, well over a year after July the 3rd, 2018. You remember then, that's when they started to really look at you. Yes, you remember that. Talking about the bullets. That's when they went back out to the property and combed it for your bullets. Yes?
They asked me if I ever did any shooting, and I said yes. I always have friends over, and they asked, well, can you show us where that area was? I said, yeah, babe, more than happy to. So I took them to the area that we always did shooting. And I think they might have asked if they've ever seen Melody down there, and I, told them I don't ever really remember her being down there. But yeah, I told them where we used to go shooting at, and they asked if we ever did it anywhere else, and I said, no, that was majority of it right there. It was the safest place to shoot.
Okay. And then ultimately the GBI did interview you months after that Hayes interview. Totally separate and aside from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. You remember?
Yeah, I remember there's some point, like I said, there was a lot of different people who interviewed me.
You're aware that a .357 can shoot a .38? I said that right. .357 can shoot a .38.
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that. Multiple times you've testified made statements through the year. You didn't have revolvers, but you did have a revolver once upon a time, did you not?
I had my grandfather's revolver at one point. It was a .357 revolver.
Right.
Long barrel, Yes, I took it with me down to Fort Benning because I did deer hunting and hog hunting down there, and I wanted to use it to hunt hogs with.
And I believe you told Detective Hayes in 2020 that it was stolen from you when you were down in Columbus, when you lived in Columbus.
Yes.
Would it shock you, and that would have been about 2012, but would it shock you that my office, and I believe the state has agreed to...
Where are we going with this?
That my office conducted an open records request of the Muskogee County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Columbus Police Department. And so at this time I would ask to admit Scott 100, Scott 99,
he never reported
Scott 98, Scott 97.
No.
Can we switch over to the Elmo one last time, Judge? So you told Detective Hayes that you had a .357 stolen, and he was asking you all this information, and I don't believe it was followed up on, but I did it. And here's what I found. After we requested from both law enforcement institutions down there, Columbus Police, from a date range of 2008 to 2015, specifically we are looking into an incident where a .357 Magnum or other firearms belonging to Scott Walker Farris were reported stolen. We are requesting copies of any incident reports, 911 recordings, transcripts, CAD reports, any and all records is what we asked for.
Big FOIA request.
But we sent it off back in September, and we received an email within days.
There are no records.
There are no records in our system for Scott Walker Farris. Gave him your date of birth. At all.
Did it check on jail system as well? No records.
So we doubled up, and we looked with Muskogee County. And would you believe they found no records either? And they told us to contact the Columbus Police Department.
They already contacted.
So I'm going to ask you this right now, Scott Farris. That gun was never stolen, was it?
Yes,
you made no report, did you?
No, I called so we came back from the field. I lived with two other guys. We came back from the field and our house was ransacked, and we called 911. And at the time, he said, have you noticed anything missing? I was like, I don't know. We have to go through the house. And once I was able to, put my house back together, he gave us his number and all, and he said, if you find anything missing, let me know. And so I called him and told him that I had a 9mm and that 357. I don't have any VINs on them or anything, but I can't find them now.
Serial numbers, not VINs.
And then my roommates told him about some of their stuff that was taken as well too.
So you say all that out, but there's obviously no record of it, and you know a 357 can shoot a 38 special, and that gun was not stolen, was it, Scott?
I do not know that a 357 could shoot a 38. I don't see how that's even possible. And I did file a report. I called the police when our house was ransacked, and they came out and, did their part. I have people who witnessed that were a part of it.
And Scott, you know that there was no gun in that basement in your mom's house that she would ever allow to be around those children. You know that. Yes?
I saw a gun down there.
But in fact, you did still have a 357. Yes? That gun that was clearly not stolen, there's no record of that. You lied to Detective Hayes. You're lying now to that jury.
Objection, Your Honor. This is purely argumentative. This is improper, counsel.
I withdraw it.
No, Judge, I object. It's purely improper.
I was going to let him answer it.
Well, then I'll answer the question.
I was going to let him answer it.
And what was the question again?
How about I do this? You used that 357 to shoot your father, did you not?
No, because I never shot my father.
And that 357, I don't know where it is, but you went to Lake Lanier the day after you shot your father, did you not? You went to the lake, yes?
Yes, we went to the lake after playing golf.
Did you throw that 357 into Lake Lanier after you shot your father?
No, because I have not seen that 357 since 2012, I think it was, when my house was broken into.
And did your father, in fact, confront you that evening about being out again? Because through the text messages, we clearly have seen that you're constantly hiding from your father to go play golf, to go hang with your friends and not do your job. And he was always controlling your money, yes?
No, he wasn't controlling my money.
Did you shoot him at the barn, Scott?
I never shot my father.
Did you take that bullet and put that bullet in the floor in your mother's house?
I never knew of that bullet.
You would agree with me that it's absurd that there is no blood of any serious measure of your father's in that house consistent with being shot in the house. Yes?
I haven't seen the evidence amount of the only picture of blood that I've seen is what you've come across the screen. I haven't been told about how much blood was found in the house. All I know is the one drop of blood that I noticed. But I don't know.
You knew how to work a fire. Yes? You worked fires with your dad. You put one out. Remember? You went in there and you stuck your hand through the wall and you were trying to put the fire out in the wall years before. You remember that, yes?
Yes.
Were the hairs on your hands singed? Can you hold your hands up? Were they singed at all from that evening?
I don't remember. On the evening of what? You talking about the fire that I was trying to put out in the house?
Yes, that one.
So during the daytime when fire department came and I saved my parents' house from fully burning down, I don't remember the hair on my hands being singed.
How about on July the 3rd?
There's no way I could do that because I was never around a fire on July the 3rd.
Did anybody from law enforcement ask you if it was? Your hands were singed.
No, I don't ever remember if
They only ever did an accelerant test, yes?
they did some kind of test. They swabbed my hands there in the driveway of the house. I do remember that. I don't know what it was for, but they asked if they could swab my hands, and I was like, yes.
You are how tall?
6'6", I know.
Could you stand for the jury, please?
Sure.
And how much do you weigh?
Currently I'm about 280.
You can have a seat. You understand that you are the only person on the property who could have physically pulled off what the district attorney's office and the state has alleged that your mother did. You're aware you're the only person. You even said so in your own interviews that she would have had to have had help. Didn't you say that?
There's a possibility, a chance of that, you know, she could have needed help, but, you know, yes, it has came across me many a times because of my size and the size of my father. Yes, I was going to be looked at like that, but I had nothing to do with it. But I've also seen, you know, you always see people on the news being able to do stuff under, you know, how would you say it, when their adrenaline's rushing and stuff. They're able to do things that they thought they'll never be able to do.
Well, Scott, you would agree. I'm asking, this is my question, and I'll sit down. It's your proposal to this jury that something that's strange and odd on the news about these stories of adrenaline and picking up cars and all these very odd things, that would be somehow how your mother pulled off moving a 300-pound man in the house instead of the very obvious solution, which is that the one person on the property who could move him did move him, and that's you. That's all I have.
Just my redirect. I want to be fast.
All right, we'll see.
Wow.
And Mr. Wade, for the record, these videos that we're going to mark, do you mind if I just say the date on them? Is that okay?
Yes, please. Thank you.
These are in August, I believe, of 2015. Is that right, Scott? Let me judge if we can switch.
We have never seen a trial like this.
You're fine. I'm not going to be here long. You're fine.
Unless you've watched Matlock. This is unbelievable.
Go ahead. What you did.
Yeah, no objection.
Judge, at this time I'm continuing into evidence S. Farris 12 through S. Farris 15.
Any objection?
I don't think so. Any objections?
No. All right. You're good.
You've got Scott Farris on the stand and Melody sitting at the defense table. They keep glancing at each other. In all likelihood, one of them knows.
Scott, this is S. Farris 12.
They both
these are
may know what the other
text
the other
messages
person is
between
lying.
yourself and the defendant. Do you see these on the screen here?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then we're going down March 12, 2018 through March, beginning at 9:47 a.m. and going through 12:57 p.m. First one says, bring Hex key set to take a shower park, going to Ferguson's. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Next one at about 2 minutes later says, it's incoming to your phone, says, then get a job and move off my property. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Next one says, I have had enough of this place. I promise you, I'm at the end of my rope with you and Gary. Do you see those?
Yes.
S. Farris 13, this is between yourself and your mother on your phone, and May 13, 2018, and looks like it's incoming from your mother and says Gary ? You see that?
Yes.
And then on down it says hello. Then the next one says, I don't know where he is. Have not seen him all day. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
And then you have incoming. You might make sure he's alive. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Then at the bottom on May 13, 2018, 549. Outgoing, it looks like you sent one. He is back and he is in his office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So at times your mother would actually look for your father, right?
Yes, she would text me to figure out where he would be at.
So she had the ability to go and look for him when he's missing?
Yes.
And then here's a S. Farris 14. This is between Amanda's your sister, is that right?
Yes.
Amanda Farris, and then phone calls between Amanda Farris and the defendant. Text message, thank you. These text messages here.
And this is from between Amanda and Melody?
Right, so
okay.
February 5th, 2018, do you see the one here with Amanda Farris and it says they have plenty of money?
Yes, I do.
Next one says, but Gary was going to do that wedding to spite me, so here's comma. 2016, who was getting married in your family?
That, well, I get what?
Well, excuse me, 2000, this has been 2018. 2016, did Emily get married?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, because Chris and Gemma got married before Chris and Emily.
And then February 6, 2018, this message here, do you see the one that says, wonder what Scott is going to do when he comes home. I have his stuff thrown out and the Mexican living in my barn. You see that one from your mom? By your mom?
Yes, sir.
And then February 6, 2018, one by your mom, it says, he went yesterday after sleeping till noon, get his hair cut, beard trimmed, beard oiled, went to visit Randy and Riley, stayed out all night. Then today, don't start doing anything till 2. I'm so far past done. His job is to report to G. Wayne. What's your father's name?
Gary Wayne Farris.
What I do has an unlimited credit card. Did you see her talk about you having a credit card?
Yes, sir.
And I think the defense had this one here about my patience with you is gone. I promise you things are going to change here. I'm not continuing to live like this. Your life is not going to continue like this. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Counsel asks a lot of questions about these guns and ammunition and all these things. He's pointing to you, is he not? That you're the one that killed your father?
He's trying to, accuse me of doing that. Yes, towards me.
Has anything that he's presented you or anything that I presented you changed your answer from earlier today that you did not murder your father?
No, there was absolutely nothing here that changed my opinion because I did not murder my father nor help her move him.
Is anything that's going to come out of this trial going to show that you murdered your father?
No.
Nothing further on.
All right, you just step down.
Judge, we did ask him to be still retained and under the rule of sequestration.
All right, not talk to anyone about the case, Mr. Farris, that's testified or any other witnesses, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, anything else before we excuse the jury? No. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the week. Again, everything I've told y'all all week about About your jury service, please remember that. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Look up anything about the case. I don't even want you going on the internet, but I know I can't stop that. But please limit what you look up. And I anticipate, as I've said, as this case continues, there'll be more information about it that is out there. Do everything you can to avoid it. All right. If something unforeseen happens, let us know about it, and we'll discuss it. But
got 3 ums to add here.
Remove yourself from the situation, and then give us a report next week.
4.
We're starting same time Monday morning. There'll be other
5.
trials going on, but again, y'all will have your designated spaces, so we shouldn't have an issue finding a place for you to park. The other jurors will have issues trying to find places to park. All right. With that, y'all can be excused. Yes. We'll do lunch on Monday. We have some we're going to do the extended day on Thursday. We'll get more information about that. Wednesday, we'll take lunch earlier. I have an important meeting about courthouse expansion and the consulting group that are looking at that. And so they've agreed to work around my schedule a little bit at 11:30 to 12:30, but we're bringing lunch in that day. So we'll break a little bit early. I'll have my meeting, eat lunch during my meeting, and then we'll start back 12:30 on Wednesday. But we'll try to keep an idea what the schedule is. But yeah, we'll bring lunch in for y'all Monday. All right? We'll try to find another option.
What a day. Oh my goodness. What an amazing day. Let me go back and watch just that last little bit on the redirect, if you'd like to. Join me now, if you will, doing that. Just 1 second. Let's turn this one off. Boop, there we go. All right, so we're watching for head movement. Let's see here. This was the redirect.
Counsel asked a lot of questions about these guns and ammunition and all these things. He's pointing to you. Is he not? That you're the one that killed your father?
It's weird
He's
that
trying
say
to
yes.
Accuse me of doing that. Yes, towards me.
Has anything that he's presented you or anything that I presented you changed your answer from earlier today that you did not murder your father?
No, there was absolutely nothing here that changed my opinion, because I did not murder my father nor help her move him.
Is anything that's going to come out of this trial going to show that you murdered your father?
No.
Nothing further on.
All right, you step down.
Wow. Amazing. That was Matlock level. Sorry, we did him dirty there on the freeze frame. That was Matlock level court. And I realize it's divided chat quite a bit. And I ask everyone, please be respectful. Trial's not over yet. Please don't call names. Saying somebody is and then a negative attribute, that's going to get deleted. It's been deleted over and over. Eventually, the mods will get tired of deleting your comments, which people don't see, and they'll just time you out. So let's not say it in chat, okay? Just save the mods the headache. Kimmy says, taking a break from taking care of my 100-year-old grandma to watch some court drama. Thanks for all you do. Proud to be a member for 8 months. Kimmy, congratulations. That is awesome. I don't know where to stand on this one. I look at this and I say, it definitely appears, I mean, it's reasonable to believe that Gary was killed by a family member. That I think it hasn't been proven, but that is a very, I think, a reasonable conclusion. The fact that whoever killed him didn't just leave him there and try to get out of Dodge. They then next went to burn the body and hide the evidence. That, I think, is a step that was taken by somebody who can't leave, right, without causing suspicion. And so I don't think Chris did. I think Chris's alibi was pretty rock solid. I don't think Amanda did it. We haven't heard from Amanda, but there's been nothing that points to her anything during that time frame. So then you have Melody and Scott as two suspects, and at one time they both were suspects. The police considered them suspects, even so far that they even went and had him take a polygraph. They had Scott take a polygraph, which I guess we're not going to get to hear the details of. His answers were consistent with what he said during the polygraph, and that's great for him. But wow, one of them is most likely a murderer, and looking the other in the eyes, and the other person either knows. It takes a cold. It takes such a cold heart to do what one of them is doing, and I don't know which one it is. Okay, I don't know which one it is, but for Melody to sit there and throw the son under the bus, if it were her, wow. And for Scott to throw Melody under the bus, if it was him, equally wow. This is crazy. Need cold hearts on the thumbnail. Just one of them, at least. Just one. The other one might be, amazing. This is finally a whodunit trial, as Johnny says. I don't know if Melly took a polygraph. Didn't they say he failed the polygraph? Yes. He failed part of the polygraph. We don't get to hear which part. We didn't get to hear. But it sounds like towards the end of the trial, he was getting upset. And guess what? Letting your emotions get out of control will make you fail a polygraph. That does not mean you were lying. Okay? It just means that the response is not consistent with the levels that they measure during the other questions. The stolen gun, I think that was the brilliant gumshoe detective work done by defense, saying, yeah, you say a gun was stolen, but there's no report. Now, had I not had personal experience with the police department, me having called them about a gun and then calling back afterwards to check on it and finding that there was no report filed, I would have said, yeah, that's a problem. In my case, I found a gun and called the police. And they came and took a report, and I turned the gun over to them. And over a certain amount of time, if it hasn't been reported stolen and there's nobody claims it, then you get the gun back. The person who reported it gets the gun. And so I waited that period of time and called the police and went to go reclaim the gun, and they did a thorough search, and there was no record of any gun ever having been turned in. So I think it went straight to the officer's collection. But anyway, so yeah, interesting. Could the report be under another name? They would have everyone's name on there. If they did a thorough search for his name, he should be on that report. That's why the officers take down all the people's names and your name, and that's why it's down there. Graminator, 13 months, nowhere else to be when you're retired. Thank you, Graminator. I appreciate it. Congratulations on getting past that year mark. Mary Brown says, cold heart with emotional tears. I don't. Both of them have been crying. Are the daughters going to testify? I think we get the whole family. I was going to say the whole fandamly, but that's not appropriate. So the whole family is going to be up and testifying. Oh. This is going to be hard for the jury, because if there's not more than this, I would say the defense is doing a good job presenting at least reasonable doubt into this case. Here's the one thing I'm convinced of, Mel, and it's the opposite. I don't think they work together on this. There is no way. The whole kit and caboodle. The farm is gone. They did foreclose on the farm because the bills were not paid. Remember, Chris was the stand-in guy, but he didn't have access to the money. He couldn't pay the bills, he said. And so the bank foreclosed on the farm. Surprise court is open on Monday because it's Columbus Day. Well, that gives us something to do on Monday during the holiday. In a way, it reminds me of Alex Murdaugh case. I don't know if I'm spelling his name right. Close enough. We know who you're talking about, Julie. Wow. Another mistrial. I'm not seeing a mistrial, Amanda, and I'm not seeing it for one reason. Because if the situation ever comes up where there could have been a mistrial, the other side's not going to object. They just don't object when they should. I think I've got a call coming in. Let's see if it works here. Amber? Amber, you there? It says you're trying to connect. Call failed. We'll try again. Amber, you're going to hang up this time, or is it?
I didn't hang up the first time.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Live TV. Everyone could see. Everyone could see right here.
I want to make a blanket statement.
Yeah.
Please do not insinuate or indicate to anybody to go look any of these people up that are involved in the case on social media. Please do not bombard their social media pages.
Yeah. We don't do doxing anything here. That's not cool.
There have been several mentions in chat. I just needed that address.
I think that.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. You guys have made the mods work extra hard today. We need to be better on Monday. Thank you, Amber. I will tell you that Scott, when he was testifying about the skull, I happen to have the remains of a small human here with me. Actually, this is fake. It's not a real human, obviously.
Call from
The room I go in.
Donnie, welcome.
The two or three times, it's been so many times I've been put, the time at
Don't
the
talk
room,
about it. Don't talk about it. It's like Fight Club. Don't even mention it.
Okay, no. The room is padded. It's like it's not like I'm insane. And they also give me one of the helmets. And I was just wondering.
It's
I don't
for your
mind
own
going
good.
into.
It's for your own good, Donnie.
Well, I learned a lot, but it's just, is there any way I could get? And it's so cold. Is there any way I can get like another kind of room? Because it's probably, I'm hoping not, but it's fine.
I can arrange for a straitjacket. That's about the limit.
I appreciate it. I don't need the crash helmet though. It's just ridiculous. They put it on so tight. There's always three big guys. I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Donnie. We'll see, man. Bye. I was going to say we've got Mr. Skelly here, Mr. Bones, who is quite talkative. He actually has a fully functioning jaw that articulates with a spring, so it pops back into place. I peeked inside his head, and sure enough, there's like cracks and veins types thing. I don't know how else to show you this. It's not lit very well, so it doesn't show up that way. Maybe we can go on camera one full screen. Let's see. Do you see inside? Oh, that looks sort of funky. It's got like, when he says he saw blood vessels, I think that's what he was talking about. These lines and cracks inside the skull. That's why he said, I saw blood vessels. He got called on that. The cranial plates. Yeah, I think that's fairly accurate. Can we get the special update on Hailey S, please? Alita, yes. During the last break, we watched the video. Hang on, let me put the skeleton back on his perch. It's actually quite painful, I think, because it goes right up his spinal column. Hailey, there was somebody who had offered to make a large contribution to her and pay everything, and that didn't come through. We were hoping it would. It was apparently it was a pledge, not an actual donation. And hang on one second, Rebecca. It didn't happen, but hello, Buttercup and Rebecca. How are you doing? Those are some good barks. Okay, I will show it. I will show it. Thank you, Buttercup. I appreciate that. Hang on. I have to unplug the phone though to do this, so I'm gonna have to let you go. All right. Bye bye. All right. Sorry, I have to unplug and hang up here to do that. Rebecca wants a picture shown, and I'm going to see if I can find it again. There it is. It's very slow. Wait for it. Anyway, Hailey's update, we thought there was going to be a cool one. The update is that the GoFundMe, through you guys and other people who were notified about the GoFundMe, raised $27,000+ which is enough to pay for her lease throughout the remainder of the lease, as well as set her up with $10,000 to $15,000, depending on what happens, $10,000 to $15,000 to go on and start life and sort of get her feet out from get her feet under and get started. But thank you, Rebecca. I'm trying to find the pictures. Oh, here we go. Okay, I have to put do not disturb so that nobody's phone number comes up. This is Buttercup in a I think it's a Tigger costume right here. But thank you. Those were the woof woofs from Rebecca. Looks cute. He's ready for trick or treating. Dog bones all around, I think, is what's going to be happening. Question here from Mary Brown. Please explain how to get around polygraphs in court. I'm not sure if I understand the question fully, but I'm going to give it a shot here, Mary. Polygraphs typically are not admissible in court as evidence. That means the police can't demand you take a polygraph, and if you fail, they carry it into court and say, look, he failed the polygraph. They can't do that. It's not admissible. Now, if you're under oath and you take a polygraph and then you testify differently, you can say, well, you lied under oath. You can sort of get it in that way, but pretty much the fact that there was a polygraph won't come into court. How you get around it, possibly if both sides stipulate and that they will allow it, it might be possible. But really, I don't think you're going to get a polygraph in court. All right. Polygraph is like flipping a coin. There are easy ways to defeat a polygraph, and a focused person can do that fairly well. It takes somebody to do it consistently for a long period of time. So a 6-hour session on a polygraph or a 4-hour session on a polygraph, that would be hard to fake. Let's see. If you can see this message, says Tisha S. Will you shout out my 13-year-old daughter, Claire, so I can embarrass her? LOL, it's fine. Tisha, I'll do better. Tell me some. We'll share stories about Claire, embarrassing stories about Claire. I know you've got some, and we'll share them with everybody. No, we would never do that, Tisha. Claire, Tisha is a wonderful supporter here on the channel. She's got a yellow courthouse by her name, which means she's put in a fair amount of time here. As you probably know, you've probably caught her watching the RA channel before. But true crime is a cool thing. You might not think so now, Claire. You might not think so now, but as you mature a little more, not that I don't know how old you are, but as you mature a little more, then you probably will find, that's more interesting than I thought it was. And you're going to find yourself turning into your mom. That's how things work. Okay, somebody's trying to call again, and it's not connecting. Once again, I'm sorry. I tried. I really did. It's a spam. I don't want that one. Okay. You said earlier, lawyer asks some of the same questions. Oh, okay. Mary Brown, the questions that were asked in the polygraph are fair game. So you hook somebody up to a polygraph and you start asking them questions. You can ask those questions in court, but you can't say, hey, I'm going to make you take a polygraph in court or something like that. But the questions can come in. You can say, did you kill your dad? That was probably asked in the polygraph. You said
Call
no.
from
AWOL.
AWOL podcast. Welcome. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How did you like the Matlock episode today?
It was pretty enticing, to say the least.
I have never seen a court allow that level. Matlock has always been that's TV court, right? Matlock's been different. The gotcha, the surprise, the twist and turns, and the in the front argumentative questions. That's always been TV court, and real court's been different until today, and that's when they merge together seamlessly. With the epic moment where he's getting right in the witness's face, and the state jumps up and objects, and it's the most vehement objection they've made this whole time. And he's like, "It's all right, Judge, I'll withdraw. And the judge is like, well, I was going to allow it. What that tells me is the judge looks at this witness and says, yeah, I can see why you're a suspect. That's what that said to me. It's like, I don't know. This looks like fair game. It looks like this is a reasonable question. I think he was out of line a little bit. That question was argumentative. Badger the witness a little bit. Yeah, possibly that was in there. Tell me about your take here.
All right, I have a take, but I'm going to keep my opinion. I always hold my opinion until the end of trial. I might say stuff in chat, right? Just because stuff is happening in real time. But overall, in this country, you are innocent until proven guilty. As true crime fans, I could understand how we get in our feelings and we go, she did it, he did it, she's lying, he's lying. What about the other brother? What about the sister? Those are all feelings.
Mm-hmm.
What we have to understand as true crime fans, that there is a system of law here. That's why lawyers go to Harvard and spend however much money to get the degree and pass the bar, because there are rules. It is facts over feelings. Us watching this, we can have our feelings. That's why we are here and why your channel is the best and why you are the best. This is why we're here. But in a courtroom, feelings don't matter other than the jury. But as far as the state and the defense, it is purely based off of facts. And lawyers do cater to feelings, but it should be facts over feelings, is my point.
I agree. It's interesting, though. Hopefully, what we see here in our community with people coming on both sides saying believable, not believable, is helpful to the attorneys as they're trying to get an idea of just what's in the jury's heads, what's sticking, what's resonating. That does help a little bit. But you can see we're divided. I'm not going to do a poll yet because it's too early. It's too early in the case to decide. There's so much evidence that needs to be presented. And there will be several more weeks of this.
And kudos to you that I think you might have a little bit of input on how lawyers might have their paralegals watching chat and say, "Oh my God, we're losing them."
I think the judge is watching. he's said a couple times, "Whatever, don't go on the internet. Don't look this up. There are people covering it." I think the judge is probably aware of us. But
I think LawTube changed the game. I think LawTube changed the game on how lawyers handle their cases, whether defense or the state. Yeah. I think LawTube has changed the way a courtroom works, because it is you get to do your whole let's interview the jurors and everything. You know what I mean? So now they can do it in real time.
I'm good with that as long as we're not changing how justice works. I'm all for people getting real time feedback, but I don't believe in interfering in the justice system in any way. That's not cool. So
I don't think it would interfere with the justice system. I think that to give lawyers breaking the fourth wall on what a consensus of what, because if there's a jury panel of 12 people, but their paralegal is looking at a panel of 12,000 people in chat, and they can tell their lawyer, you need to ask this question because they are asking this and you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, it's being able to say your jury probably has this question because on public, the public does.
Correct.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't know who did it. I don't know. Like I said, I have a feeling. I say it in chat here. I don't really say it in chat. I'm just saying I just find certain testimony a little weird from regardless of whoever's on the stand. But I will reserve my final judgment until closing arguments are over.
I will say this. I find Scott very believable. I know. 50-50. I know. It's. I find, first of all, I believe the defense 100% when they say Scott was a mooch. I look at that and I say, looks like he was mooching. the text messages, everything, the way he lived his lifestyle, how dad paid for everything, how they say you need to get a job. He's like, well, I'm going to leave. You're going to have to figure that. To me, it looks like he was mooching. But I also believe, that he's telling the truth here. I can't. I'm sitting there looking at his eyes, saying, "Is this the cold-blooded killer who shoots and kills his dad in the? I guess now the defense is saying in the barn, hoses down the barn, cleans it all up, cleans up in the shower, grabs the tractor, dumps his dad on the burn pile, and then just lays low until somebody brings up, where's dad? Is he the cold-blooded killer? And I can't see that. And I also, honestly, I can't see Melody doing it either right now.
That's the problem I am having. I'm like, wait, if the son didn't do it,
I can see
it's okay.
I can see Scott, when dad's missing, grabbing the credit card out of his wallet. That part I could see.
Yeah.
And then having that, I'd love to see the receipts on the credit card, when what was spent, from when he went missing, who started spending money and on what, tailor-made custom golf clubs. That doesn't look good for somebody who has.
Did they present? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead.
Did they present any evidence that his bank account was used from alleged date of being missing to when he was found in the burn pit?
The one exception, this has not become the Murdaugh trial in one way, and that's the financial. We haven't got all the financial records in. We've seen the pictures of the credit cards. I imagine some of that might be coming in. Probably not a lot of it, or else it would have been brought in first before you bring Scott on the stand. It seems like that would be a foundational thing that you want to cross-examine him on if there are charges that be like, hey, isn't this you, now that dad's out of the way, spending all the money? But so maybe it might not come in at all.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see what's up.
Yep.
We'll let the trial happen. Again, she is presumed innocent until proven guilty, regardless of what my feelings are.
I will change one thing, unless proven guilty.
Yeah, unless proven guilty. Yeah, exactly.
Until means it's inevitable.
We'll see.
But all right, thank you very much, AWOL. Appreciate the call. Good talking to you, my friend. Have yourself a great weekend.
Yes, sir. Scott, you're the best. I love chat.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. We owe some kind words to some great people, starting with this morning. I'm going to go over everybody just to make sure I didn't miss anyone today, because I know I got a little sidetracked in the spiciness of trial. Bug Dugger kicked off the day with gifted membership. Adam, thank you very much. 19 months. My issue with Scott is always late. He's talking about me, not the Scott on the stand. Hope you get some sleep this weekend. I will try. AZDCS Oversight Group gifted a membership. Misty Beard member for 6 months. So I've been here for a lot longer, but thankful for this community you've created, RA. Thank you, Misty Beard. Ivan Victor shared some kind words here, saying this is the most welcoming place. Love this place, people. Scott, more than I can articulate. Even Adam. I love the even Adam in there. Thank you, Ivan. Ivan's a good friend. Katie Bug comes with a super chat as well. If the case is stronger against Scott, why did the state charge the mother and not him? There has to be more evidence against her coming, right? I hope so, Katie Bug. I mean, not that I hope that she's guilty, but I hope there's more evidence, because this circumstantial stuff, considering all the other factors in the family, there's still room for reasonable doubt in my mind. Ohio Palm Mom, $5 super chat. We've got Ricky coming in.
Call from
Ricky, what?
Ricky, hold tight. I've got to go through a bunch of super chats really fast. Can you hold for a minute?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir. Go right on ahead.
Ohio Palm Mom says, I have to wonder if having no formal paycheck was also to avoid income and payroll taxes. That is a great point. Thank you very much, Ohio Palm Mom. Cast member for 19 months. Thanks for prayers. No damage on my house. Wonderful. Neighbors had quite a lot, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that. Donna E., member for 8 months. Happy to be here. Susie H., member for 14, says, so happy to be here live today with the group. Love y'all. Thank you, Susie H. Shannon's Cooper. Can you brief me on the story we're waiting for? I love being here. The story we're waiting for, that was Hailey. I think we covered that one. I'm sorry I delayed that a little bit, Shannon. We were hoping that there would be a large donation made to Hailey that would cover everything, and then everything that was raised by the GoFundMe would go to just getting her a start in life. It turns out that didn't work, but that's fine, because plenty was raised to get her squared away for the rest of the lease and get a start in life, get a job and get going that way. Get maybe some car repairs and stuff. Katie Bug, member for 1 month. I haven't forgot about you, Ricky. Hang tight. AZ, member for 6 months. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Angela, member for 8 months, says 8 months, but been here since Maya. Thank you so much. Also sorry for the trouble. Angela, we love you. Thank you so much. Love talking to you. You're a deep thinker. You cause us to reflect and analyze our positions. We love it. Sinbad 333, member for 11 months. I'm impatiently waiting for my Orange Courthouse next month. You'll get it. Katia Pickerel, great podcast yesterday. Katia, thank you very much. Love that you were able to catch that, and love having you here as well. Thank you. Love what you're starting, your endeavor with YouTube as well. I hope that goes really well for you. Snarky Old Lady, member for 2 months, says, yay! Yay, 2 months. We love it. Selena K gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Selena. Miss Kitty, member for 9 months, says, I've actually been here since I retired in March. In March of, let's see, where'd it go? In March of 2023, but mostly lurking. Thank you for everything you do. Found that. Thank you, Miss Kitty. Congratulations on 9 months plus. Rhonda Morton, member for 15 months. Love this channel. Thank you, Rhonda. Mel Poi, member for 8 months. Thank you, whoever gifted me my first membership. I'm still here. The first one's free. It's just like the drug dealer, right, Mel? Krista OG, member for 18. That was a bad reference. I apologize, Mel. Recovery Addict channel shouldn't make references to drug dealers. Krista OG, member for 18 months. Slick attorney. Earned my milestone. This is a good attorney. He is very good. He can become very unlikable very quickly, but a very good attorney. Mary Brown, thanks for the questions. We had a couple in a row here about how you get polygraphs into court. It took a while to get the answer to, and I apologize for that. Hopefully I answered your question adequately, and thanks for your super chat. Selena K, hey everyone, hit the like button. Thank you. We have, the like button helps the channel so much. We have over 700 people who have clicked that already. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
About to catch a whooping. Ricky's going to whoop me if I don't hurry faster. Kimmy, member for 8 months, says taking a break from taking care of my 100-year-old grandma.
You're all right, Ray.
All right, I'll keep going. Thanks for all you do. Proud to be a member for 8 months. Thank you, Kimmy. Thanks for taking care of your grandma. And that is happy 100 years old. That is something to celebrate for sure. Gwynny Bly, quiet lurker here. Usually replay crew. Thanks for being so respectful, Scott. This is a baffling case. I have no idea. You and me both. This is a crazy one. Graminator, 13 months, nowhere else to be when you're retired. Mary Brown, cold heart with emotional tears. Makes you think. The tears, I think both of them were crying real tears. What are they crying for? I don't know. Alita Lay, member for 10 months. Can we get the special updates on Hailey? I think I've covered that now. I'm sorry I delayed it that long, but thank you, Alita. Good friend, got to meet out in Utah when I was out there. Mary Brown, please explain the polygraphs. I got you the second time around. Mary, sorry for missing the first time. And you said earlier a lawyer asked them the same questions, and they did. They asked some of the questions from the polygraph. Lucy, Snakes Will Hiss, member for 7 months, says 7 months when you guys almost one term done in biochem. I'm loving quantum mechanics. Lucy, better you than me on that one. I don't think I would do well in quantum mechanics. You'll have to teach us once you learn it all. Shore Life Creations, do we think the jurors will be able to get into court for Sarah Boone on Monday? Oh, man. Well, these jurors are in Georgia. The Sarah Boone is in Florida. I think you're talking about all the damage. I think Florida will move ahead with court on Monday. I think so. I will check the damage reports from crisis cleanup in the area, but I don't think they got so many problems they wouldn't be able to get to court. Lisa Maple says, this trial has my head spinning. I will say defense is really driving the wedge of reasonable doubt. And Holly Mack gifted 5 memberships. Whew. Ricky, thanks for being the most patient person ever. What did you call to talk about 10 minutes ago?
Oh, well, that's all right. Gosh dog, I was glad to hear all of them right yonder.
Great people, great support. I'm grateful for it.
But now, I'll keep it short and sweet. This is a call-in just for old Golden Gal. She texted me and asked me if I was going to call in. So
here you are.
I'm doing my best just for her.
Appreciate it. I think Golden Girl is our internet winner today, so she's busy taking care of the internet right now. Hopefully she's able to hear your call between the calls that she is getting to fix the internet. So.
Yeah, yes, sir. I think she got it this afternoon, correct?
Yes. She might be calling in right now. I've got another call on the other line.
Okay.
But.
Well, just like like I said, I just gonna call in because she said that she enjoyed my accent and all. So, as Conway Twitty would say, it'd be hello, darling.
A little bit of country music reference there. Well, Ricky, thank you very much. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. I'm sure Goldie Girl.
Yep.
There she is.
Y'all do the same.
She says
okay.
Thank you. All right, we'll see you.
All right.
Bye.
Oh, no, yeah.
All right, bye-bye. All right, I did miss that other call. I apologize. What are we going to do Monday with Boone starts? Boone's not actually going to start on Monday. Well, jury selection will start, but I doubt that trial will actually start until maybe Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday. Not enough goat screams. There's another one. That was a loud one. That's a loud goat. That's the Christmas goat. It's quite loud. Let's see. Real quick, I want to jump back one more time and watch just the end of this redirect and cross and redirect. Hold on. Let's see if I can. Yeah. Let's see. We're right here.
It's your proposal to this jury that something that's strange and odd on the news about these stories of adrenaline and picking up cars and all these very odd things, that would be somehow how your mother pulled off moving a 300-pound man in the house instead of the very obvious solution, which is that the one person on the property who could move him did move him, and that's you.
Hold on the phone just
That's
one
all I
second.
have.
Okay, let me pause. Who's on the phone? Sorry, I missed the call. Hello?
This is RDB.
RDB, how are you doing?
Yep. I'm doing good. Hey, I was just calling for Ricky Watson. I just wanted to say hook 'em horns.
There you go. All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate the call.
Oh,
yeah.
you too.
Bye. All right, we're going to watch the rest of the redirect here.
Just my redirect. I won't be fast.
All right, we'll see. Go ahead.
And Mr. Wade, for the record, these videos that we're going to mark, do you mind if I just say the date on them? Is that okay?
Yes, please. Thank you.
These are in August, I believe, of 2015. Is that right, Scott? Let me judge if we can switch. You're fine. I'm not going to be here long.
That's the shooting videos, the Facebook videos he's talking about.
Farris 12 through 15, I think. Go ahead,
yeah.
what you did.
Yeah, no objection.
Judge, at this time I'm continuing into evidence S. Farris 12 through S. Farris 15.
Any objection?
Did we miss the?
I don't think so. Any objections?
I think we already missed. Let's go back just a little bit.
I remember that. I don't know what it was for, but they asked if they could swab my hands, and I was like, yes.
Want the spicy exchange and the objection.
You are how tall?
That's not it.
You understand that you are the only person on the property who could have physically pulled off what the district attorney's office and the state has alleged that your mother did. You're aware you're the only person. You even said so in your own interviews that she would have had to have had help. Didn't you say that?
There's a possibility, a chance of that, you know, she could have needed help, but, you know, yes, it has came across me many a times because of my size and the size of my father. Yes, I was going to be looked at like that, but I had nothing to do with it. But I've also seen, you know, you always see people on the news being able to do stuff under, you know, how would you say it, when their adrenaline's rushing and stuff. They're able to do things that they thought they'll never be able to do.
Well, Scott, you would agree. I'm asking, this is my question, and I'll sit down. It's your proposal to this jury.
We watched this part already.
That's something that's...
Where was the fiery part? Where was the fiery? Okay, I've got to turn the sound off and scroll slower. I think I'm missing it, but I want to get the part where the judge allowed the question. Backing up. I can't find it. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, we'll cut from there, so you don't have to watch it in reverse like I am. I think it was a bit ago. I'll have to find it again. Anyway, do you think the prosecutor was taken off guard? No, I think he knew all that was coming. He expected it. He was ready with the objections. Please promise you'll go back to the pickle under a Chick-fil-A sandwich comment. I was recording Judge Cedric Simpson during that, and I don't have it. If somebody can send me a timestamp, I can get it. Paula Max says, love it, I got you a Christmas goat, and you're happy with it, especially since you don't decorate much for Christmas. I'm done decorating for Christmas. The goat is wearing the coat. The goat has the coat, and I'm now ready for the holidays. Paula Mac, thank you very much. I love it. Oh my goodness, what a day! What a day! I'm not impressed with the defense attorney. This is a love-hate relationship. There are some people who are like, I've never seen this level of lawyering since I last watched since Matlock, and other people are saying, how can this be allowed in a modern courtroom? Wow, that is crazy. The goat and the coat sounded very Canadian. I don't know what you're talking about, Holly. All right, we're going to wrap things up for the day. It is Friday. The weekend is upon us. We have weekend things to do. And I've got to check and see if my ham radio license was renewed. It needs to be really quick. Checking the whole time. I say renewed because I let it lapse, and I'm in the grace period, so I'm waiting for them to reinstate it. I'm not allowed to use the ham radio in the grace period, so I can't push that PTT button. It's thinking. We'll see. All right, tonight when you go home, there is court on Monday. It's a holiday, but Georgia says we don't honor that one. It's just Columbus. He didn't land here. Who needs him, right? Still not updated. All right, court on Monday, jury selection on Monday for Sarah Boone. Both are going forward. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning with more court from Georgia, as well as updates on the Sarah Boone jury selection. And then, of course, we'll have 2 incredible trials to watch. It's only one screen. No Monday off. There's no rest for the wicked, as they say, says Justin. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Hope you have some great plans. If you can, make some memories with family and friends. If not, do something kind for somebody and make a memory for them that way. Can't see the forest for the trees. Thank you for going back and watching the podcast. If you missed that, do watch it. My wife and I were on there with Thomas. It was great. You guys have a good weekend. We'll catch you on the flip side.
I saw a chicken fight.
Talking about stuff that is not relevant.
All right, bye-bye.
Because he's the guy.
Shame on you, sir.
I'd agree that everything you just said is one of the most horrible things I've ever heard.